Cases are on the rise. It's important to note we've not seen a comparable rise in hospitalizations or deaths in most areas of the country. That's because 165 million Americans are fully vaccinated, including 80% of the most vulnerable Americans, our seniors. The best line of defense against the Delta virus is the vaccine. It's as simple as that, period. The vaccine. I want to be crystal clear about what's happening in the country today. We have a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Now, I know there's a lot of misinformation out there, so here are the facts. If you're vaccinated, you are highly unlikely to get COVID-19. And even if you do, the chances are you won't show any symptoms, and if you do, they'll most likely be very mild. Vaccinated people almost never are hospitalized with COVID-19. In fact, according to one recent study, 95% of overall COVID-19 hospitalizations are among those not fully vaccinated. And the data shows that virtually all the cases, hospitalizations and deaths due to COVID-19 are from the unvaccinated population. Last month, a study showed that over 99% of COVID-19 deaths have been among the unvaccinated people. 99%. That means if you're unvaccinated, you are much more likely to, 1, get COVID-19, 2, get hospitalized, and 3, die if you get it. This is a tragedy. People are dying and will die who don't have to die. The data is absolutely clear. As I've said, we have a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Think of it this way. 191 million Americans have gotten at least one shot, including 70% of adults over the age of 18. 165 million Americans are fully vaccinated, but about 90 million Americans are eligible for vaccines and still haven't gotten their first shot. You know, I think there's a clear link between the lowest vaccinated, I don't think actually, the lowest vaccinated states and the states with the highest case rates. This past week, the most vaccinated state in America, Vermont, has seen just 5 new cases, 5 per day of COVID-19 for every 100,000 people who live in that state. That means on any given day, only 30 people in the entire state of Vermont got COVID-19. Nearby Maine, which has vaccinated almost 80% of their adults, has seen just 6 new cases per 100,000. But the state with the lowest vaccination rates are seeing 10 to 20 times as many new cases per 100,000 people. It's moving like wildfire through the unvaccinated community. And it's heartbreaking, particularly because it's preventable. That's why we're doing everything we can to get more people vaccinated. And we're seeing real results. In the past 2 weeks, we've seen a 55% increase in the average number of new people getting vaccinated every day. In the last 7 days alone, nearly 3 million Americans have gotten their first shot. That's the highest 7-day total in a month. Importantly, over the past 2 weeks, the 8 states with the highest current case rates have seen a doubling of the number of people newly vaccinated each day. The message is getting through, apparently. Louisiana has seen a 212% increase in the average number of newly vaccinated people in that state per day, going from 3,600 to over 11,000 people vaccinated per day. Arkansas is up 99%. Mississippi is up 125%. Alabama is up 186%, going from 3,200 to 9,150 people vaccinated per day. This will make a big difference. These are encouraging signs. We have to continue our aggressive efforts to vaccinate the unvaccinated. Last week, I announced additional steps to incentivize Americans to get vaccinated, including calling on states to offer $100 for anyone willing to step up and get a vaccination shot. You know, and already Minnesota and New Mexico have done that. North Carolina announced its $100 incentive today. Places that have offered the $100,000 $100. That'd be really good. I'd go back and get vaccinated 3 times. But all kidding aside, offered the $100 to get vaccination have seen an uptick of 25% in daily vaccination rates. We also announced that small and medium-sized businesses will be fully reimbursed for offering paid time off for their employees to get vaccinated, and for them to take a child or a parent to get vaccinated. And I announced some tough, sometimes unpopular steps to keep people safe and our economy strong. All federal workers must report their vaccination status or be subject to strict requirements. Any federal worker who does not attest to their vaccination status or is not vaccinated will be required to mask no matter where they work, test once or twice a week, socially distance, and generally will not be allowed to travel for work. I directed my administration to take steps to apply similar standards to all federal contractors. If you want to do business with the federal government, get your workers vaccinated. And I also directed the Pentagon to look at adding COVID-19 to the list of vaccinations that are required for our troops, because others are required. I approved the Department of Veterans Affairs to require doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers who care for our veterans to be vaccinated. And the good news is that now many are following the federal government's lead. In the past several days, states and local officials have come out to impose similar vaccination mandates. And the private sector is stepping up as well. Even Fox has vaccination requirements. I want to thank Walmart, Google, Netflix, Disney, Tyson Foods for the recent actions requiring vaccination for employees. Look, I know this isn't easy, but I will have their backs and the backs of other private public sector leaders if they take such steps. But others have declined to step up. I find it disappointing. And worst of all, some state officials are passing laws or signing orders that forbid people from doing the right thing. As of now, 7 states not only ban mask mandates, but also ban them in their school districts, even for young children who cannot get vaccinated. Some states have even banned businesses and universities from requiring workers and students to be masked or vaccinated. And the most extreme of those measures is like the one in Texas that says state universities or community colleges could be fined if it allows a teacher to ask her unvaccinated students to wear a mask. What are we doing? COVID-19 is a national challenge, and it must come together. We have to come together, all of us together, as a country to solve it. Make no mistake, the escalation of cases is particularly concentrated in states with low vaccination rates. Just 2 states, Florida and Texas, account for 1/3 of all new COVID-19 cases in the entire country. Just 2 states. Look, we need leadership from everyone. If some governors aren't willing to do the right thing to beat this pandemic, then they should allow businesses and universities who want to do the right thing to be able to do it. I say to these governors, please help. But if you aren't going to help, at least get out of the way of the people who are trying to do the right thing. Use your power to save lives.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing?
It's a top priority to have a vaccine available for every single American from the day.
Just getting myself set up here.
That was my priority. Let me be clear. We have a supply for every single
Hope we're all well.
and that will never change. At the same time, it's also in our national interest to share some of our vaccines with the world.
Hope we're all George.
Which gets me to the second thing I want to discuss today. From the beginning of my presidency,
George Orwell.
very clear-eyed
Get it?
that we need to attack this virus globally, not just at home,
You get it.
because it's in America's self-interest to do so. The virus knows no boundaries. You can't build a wall high enough to keep it out. There's no wall high enough or ocean wide enough
Bit of a silly mood today, folks.
from the vaccine and from the COVID-19 in other countries. fact, just like
Hey, Surfer Girl. Hey, Haley, how you doing?
the Delta variant came from abroad. As long as the virus continues to
My favourite mods
potentially more dangerous
in the chat.
could arrive at our shores again. We know that COVID-19 in other countries stifles economic growth, disrupts supply chains, risks instability and weakness of governments. And as we've seen in the United States, the key to growing economies is to vaccinate people. So just as the American economy is recovering,
You guys okay?
it's in all of our interest to have the global economy begin to recover as well.
Ain't no mountain high enough to keep COVID getting from you, babe.
Americans reach out to offer a helping hand. We are.
Uh,
I've said before, in the fight against COVID-19, the United States
Like
is
that.
committed to be the arsenal of vaccines, just as we were the arsenal of democracy during World War II. We're backing up that commitment. We've contributed more than any other nation to COVAX, the collective global efforts delivering
Good morning.
vaccines across the world. We've supported manufacturing efforts abroad through our partnerships with Japan, India.
What is okay?
During my trip to Europe in June, I announced that the United States has purchased a groundbreaking
I think we're all anxious, aren't we?
and then donate
That's the feeling that I'm getting at the moment,
those doses
is that
nearly 100 low and
no matter how much the last year
those
and a half
to ship.
/ 2 years
We also announced
has affected you,
80 million
everyone's a little bit
already begun.
anxious.
I have an important update.
And,
We've already exceeded
you know, we talked about
gone out
mental health a lot in the run up to the pandemic
10 million
and how it wasn't talked about enough.
vaccines
Lack of mental health awareness.
that are among the hardest hit in the world. Let me say it again. As
I mean,
we have shipped over
is that the case anymore?
doses to 65 nations. According to the United Nations, this is more than the
I
dose
certainly feel like it's not.
24 countries
At least the people that I talk to.
to other countries, including China and Russia.
I
All
feel like everyone's familiar with anxiety.
these vaccine donations from America
Maybe that's a problem in itself because it
selling them. There are no
creates a kind of dilution,
no coercion attached,
mental health issues,
and no strings attached. We're doing this to save
where
lives.
if somebody's in a really bad spot, we don't take it as seriously. Oh God, I don't know.
Countries that have real issues
Surfer Girl, you've led me into a ramble there just by asking that
and will continue
very simple question. What even is okay anymore?
across the summer. And
I hope you're alright, folks.
manufacturing and
I hope we're all well.
of vaccines around the world.
Thank you for joining me today. I just want to catch up on the news. That's my main objective for the day.
In need with
And
protective
a
equipment,
byproduct of that, I think, we'll be having
surge of the virus
discussions with you all, I hope.
in India and elsewhere. Let me close with this. I've said before, in the race for the 21st century between democracy and autocracy,
Hang on a second, Joe. All of the above. Yeah. Yeah. We talk about it more. We familiarize ourselves, but maybe we desensitize ourselves. And like everybody is saying, maybe we won't know for the next 5 years. And that's a scary thought. I don't want to have a fear-mongering stream, but anything to do with lockdowns and the after effect of it, it does worry me that this idea of we've got to wait and see. Kids being taken out of class, we've got to wait and see. Effect of mental health, we've got to wait and see. Long COVID, we've got to wait and see. As somebody obsessed with data, it really troubles me, the idea that I have to wait and see anything I don't have it in front of me right now. I'm going to jump into the cartoons, lighten the mood a bit. Sorry, folks. Oh. Sore throat. Danger. Take a look at that. Sure to brighten anybody's mood. Lovely Alan Partridge mug. Get some beats on for you. And we'll go from there. Bloody hell. Alright, first one. I'm Sheriff Ducey. Welcome to my estate. Come on in and wander around. We believe in freedom. Amen to that, Deuce. Alright, so I've fallen at the first hurdle because I don't know who that is. Let's have a look. Who is it? Who is it? Is he the Arizona governor who signed a bill banning critical race theory? I imagine it probably is. It certainly looks like the cartoon. Alright. Next. Mood Lightener Dolphins. Ah, yes. Thank you. We can have that as a little intermission between the cartoons and the news. Dolphins. Always a mood brightener. Don't Fauci my Florida. Florida's open, except to science. Pretty self-explanatory. Political news. Makes that guy Hulk out. That's it. You're quitting TV to focus on your mental health. Pretty straightforward again. This is nice. This isn't too taxing for my brain in the morning. Some of these cartoons sometimes throw me through a fucking loop. As you'll know if you've watched me try and understand them before. This is going reasonably well. Hey everybody, Trump just got reinstated. It must be true, because I read it on the internet. Alright. That's something that I could look at the risk of harming my own mental health later. Whether or not Trump has any chance, first of all, of running again, second of all, of getting in again, is a burning question, isn't it? To mask or not to mask? That is the question. CDC masking guidelines. And I'm gonna take from that they've been flip-flopping on certain rules, maybe, or guidelines. Things making a comeback that people really, really don't want to come back. Frosted tips, acid wash jeans, Speedos, parachute pants, scrunchies, mask signs, again. Self-explanatory. So this is Uncle Sam riding on a fucked up infrastructure bike. Is it Biden again? I feel like it's Biden infrastructure. I hear a lot about this. We used to be rich, but then my mum went grocery shopping. Well, I've given an American accent for that one. As always, folks, chuck those channel points at me. You get me to do whatever weird fucking bad impression of anything that you want me to. Cost of living, I suppose, something like that. Let me do a little Google. Grocery shopping, cost of living. Something happened recently? I don't know. Anyone, feel free to let me know. Who was that masked man? You're gonna have to be way more specific. It's the Old West metaphor again, and we had that up here, didn't we? With Ducey, Arizona governor. Just a metaphor for the times that we live in, I suppose. Maybe. By the way, folks, when you get the chance, do it right now. Go and follow Surfer Girl. You'll have a lovely fucking time. Russian Olympic Committee, standing on a pill, doping. Old news, no? There's something to do with these Olympics again? And doping? Athletics. Italy Olympics chief blasts Jacobs doping suspicions. Russia wins at Tokyo despite ban over doping program. Oh, right, so this guy's been accused, right? 100 meters Olympic champion Lamont Marcel Jacobs. I know, he's Italian. Okay, so he's under suspicion as well. Accusations flying left, right, and centre. Un-Americanated. AZ's crazies. Alright, so this is again Arizona. Anti-vax, anti-masking kind of stuff. Alright. Sea of misinformation. And lies. Oh no, actually. To be more accurate, that's a sea of lies. In a storm of misinformation. That's a beacon of truth. Have I got it? Have I nailed it? Am I doing okay? Okay, Doc. I'll take the vaccine now. There's a bit of a reoccurring theme in political cartoons at the moment. It's too late, ha ha ha. I don't really get behind it. I find the whole anti-vax thing more sad than anything else. Got no desire to laugh at people that end up dying because they been sold conspiracy. Not taking the vaccine. My paycheck looks so small from up here. Groceries, cost of living, inflation, what have you. You get rid of this stain. Try to ignore it, but it won't go away. It's the insurrection which has stained the Republican Party. Probably because a lot of them are standing by the fact that it was justified in a lot of their eyes. Republicans still think that you can still find Republicans that think that Trump is president and that it wasn't a white supremacist insurrection on the Capitol. Probably why it's still staining that shirt. No worries, Surfer Girl. I think laughing at them is harmful. I don't know what the best thing to do is, honestly. Yeah, with the anti-vaxxers. I know. It's one of these things where it's like that old James O'Brien phrase. Compassion for the conned, not the con man. Right? They've been sold something. Down on their luck, desperate, clinging to people that say that they're controlling them with DNA manipulation through a vaccine. It is sad. The media's split into people that want to make fun of them and people that want to show compassion to them. I definitely find myself siding with the latter, because I think, I mean, maybe it's because I've been through Brexit, right? Which teaches us on the left, those of you that are on the left, it teaches us that there is no value really in trying to shout down anybody that passionately believes something. especially if they're already resigned to the fact that they're not interested in data and they're more interested in a far-flung conspiracy that somebody sold them. There's no point throwing statistics in that person's face. All it's going to do is make them resent you more. So what's the best way? I don't know. Somebody won't get a vaccine. I mean, we're trying all kinds of things, aren't we? Here and in America. You guys are giving them money. Which is... no. Is it whatever gets the job done? I'm not sure. Interesting one. Anyway, I have been staring at this that whole time. This is fairly self-explanatory. Blinded by Fox News. Speaking of conspiracy, speaking of propaganda, here we go. Like I said, if you repeat something often enough, like it's infrastructure week over and over again, eventually people will believe it and it will come true. Here's the deal, Jack. Infrastructure again. What it says, my body, my choice. How it works, your body, my choice. So again, a lot of cartoonists, again, draw parallels between abortion and vaxxing. Which is like... alright, fair enough, you've got an ironic observation to make. But... it's a red herring. Back to the Future. What, just kind of Groundhog Day, mask, when is it over kind of observation there, I suppose. January 6th. Some masks are okay. Yeah. Here we go. Uncle Sam choosing the path between authoritarianism, which is, I think, the same direction as fascism in this analogy, or democracy. It certainly seems hard for many in the political system to decide. Alright. I think we're caught up on the cartoons, and the lighting is fucking awful. So give me a second, folks. I'm going to mess around with this. Maybe it's because I've got my blinds open. I think there's a contrast going on here. I get that shut. We go a bit behind the scenes, folks. That should work it out. A little bit better. The brother needs a ring light. Alright. Oh, one last one. Nah, not getting vaxxed. Gonna rely on herd immunity. You're an ass. What's he reading? May never reach herd immunity with COVID-19, pandemic of the unvaccinated alone. Alright. As always with catching up on the news, folks, I'm open to links being thrown my way. Anybody wants to throw anything at me they think I should be covering, be discussing, I'm open to it. Let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to browse around. So, top stories. Oh, fucking brilliant. 13? Imagine winning an Olympic medal at 13. Fucking chuffed you would feel going back to your mates, telling them about that. I won't watch the video because apparently there's been the producers of the Olympic coverage are fucking on it when it comes to people watching their videos. I think, I don't know if it's true, but I heard that XQC, whatever his name is, the Grand Theft Auto GTA RP person, they got a ban, or at least a temporary suspension or some bollocks from Twitch for watching their videos. Just if anybody's wondering why I'm not watching Olympic footage. No worries, Sir Fagar. Hope you have a good sesh. Boris Johnson missing in action ahead of vital climate talks, says Keir Starmer. Labour leader says Prime Minister's lack of ambition risks failure of COP26. Vital UN climate talks are at risk of failure because Boris Johnson is missing in action while his climate spokesperson talks about freezing bread, Keir Starmer has warned. The Labour leader said there is already dystopia all around caused by climate breakdown, but Johnson's ambition to tackle the scale of the crisis is irresponsibly small. The UK will host the COP26 summit in Glasgow this November, where countries must set out plans for drastic cuts in greenhouse gas emissions for this decade to avoid catastrophic and irreversible changes to the climate. As host of the summit, the world is looking to Britain to deliver, writes Starmer in today's Guardian. We cannot afford to miss this moment, but I fear we will. Prime Minister was delivering a cabaret of sound bites. I'm glad Starmer keeps pointing out this fantastical nature of Boris Johnson's leadership. Not enough people talk about how soundbitey the Tories are. And even though there's a lot of weaknesses in Starmer's leadership as well. I like this kind of language. Downing Street has faced mounting criticism over its conduct of COP26, the outcome of which some observers described as hanging in the balance. The government's host year kicked off with scientists chastising ministers over plans for a new coal mine in Cumbria, while diplomats despaired over the decision to slash overseas aid. Considered a disastrous signal to other countries, as a crucial goal of COP26 will be raising $100 billion a year for the developing world. Yet, the Tories have gone straight into austerity mode in the wake of the pandemic and cut foreign aid right back. By how much? Remind ourselves.
It can always be a dream though. Suddenly it seems to me that I know how to love my own and many more.
Boris Johnson has been told by a number of Tory former ministers and serving MPs that he risks jeopardising Britain's leadership at the G7 and the COP26 climate summit this year if he goes ahead with plans to cut UK aid by a third over 2 years. There you go. The Prime Minister's spokesperson for COP26, Allegra Stratton, has also made headlines recently, appearing to reject electric cars, suggesting people could join the Green Party, and saying the government's 2050 net zero emissions target was too far off. Diplomatic eyebrows were also raised. Can I raise eyebrows? I already do that. When John Kerry, the US climate envoy, made a major speech in Kew Gardens that no government minister attended. Fucking hell. No government ministers attending a meeting about climate change. What else can you say about that? Except, fucking hell. What a sign of the times.
The climate crisis, my friends, is the test of our times. And while some may still believe it is unfolding in slow motion, no. This test is now as acute and as existential as any previous one. My mother and members of her family fled France as an occupying army moved through the country. Their house was ultimately bombed and burned to the ground. And when I was just 4 years old, my mother brought me there to visit the ruins, her first visit back since the war. Almost nothing was left, and the skeleton of a burned-out building rose into the sky with one stone staircase. That is my earliest memory. And I mention it because I am glad to have it. Because like most in my generation, I grew up with a visceral understanding of how close the world came to chaos and how allies and alliances dedicated to order and openness, common interests and shared values made all the difference.
I think that was well said. I think that was well said. And a pity, of course, no UK government ministers could be asked to attend. Just wrap up this story, folks, and I've got a few videos I'd like to watch with yous. Haven't seen them before, I want to educate myself on what's going on. John Sorvin, Executive Director of Greenpeace UK, said, Boris Johnson has mastered the dark art of setting bold long-term targets, but ducked implementing policies that will make a difference. He needs to start delivering on the tough choices needed for a successful low-carbon economy. As host of the Glasgow Summit, the world's eyes are on us to prove there is a solution to the climate crisis, climate emergency. We fail, the summit fails. So far, the omens are not good. Major countries, including China and India, have also yet to produce plans for their emission cuts to 2030. So there you go, the world is watching COP26. And when does it begin? So the weekend? Am I making that up? Early next week. There you go, folks. I'll have to check in on that once things get going. Alright, take a look at this. Here's our first story. I want to start on a positive note. Maybe it's too late for that.
It isn't just about holidays. There were emotional reunions at Heathrow this morning as the first fully vaccinated travellers from...
Again, do remind me, folks. Sorry, I do forget sometimes. If you would like me to put the subtitles on and I've forgotten, just shout at me. Remind me. How's it going over in the UK these days? It's interesting. May you live in interesting times. We are finally back to normal. Freedom Day has come, as it's been labelled in the right-wing press. How about you, 10% Human Tops? How are things where you are? You don't have to tell me where you are. But are you well?
from the United
Thank you for joining.
States are allowed to return without quarantine. Karen hasn't hugged her son since December 2019.
Just so overwhelmed. I'm so happy. Oh, it's been so long. And FaceTime isn't the same as a hug.
That's lovely. So happy she forgot to put her glasses back on straight for the interview. Bless her.
And FaceTime isn't the same as a hug. And it's, 2 years, nearly 2 years, isn't it?
The change in the rules applies to travellers from the US and Amber List EU countries apart from France, and more changes were in the pipeline. Later this week, the green list, which requires no quarantine, could have new countries added to it. There were plans for the amber list, requiring quarantine at home, to be supplemented with a new amber watch list for countries at risk of moving on to the red list, which requires hotel quarantine. And
Simple,
this
right?
morning, a junior minister was explaining what
How can anybody not understand that?
A sense of which direction a country may or may not be heading in, I think is an extra piece of information that allows people to make decisions with as much of their own data as possible.
But by the time of the Prime Minister's afternoon visit to a space technology centre, the idea simply faced too many obstacles.
That's where he should be right now, right?
A balanced approach, and what I'm
Good use of his time.
something that is as simple and as user-friendly for people as possible.
Number 10 later confirmed the Prime Minister was against the idea, to the relief of MPs who'd been pressuring him to ditch it.
The idea that there would be an amber watch list would have created greater uncertainty and confusion, which would put people off travelling to destinations that are essentially safe to travel.
A concerted effort by the travel industry and its supporters in Westminster, up to and including the Chancellor, had seen off a further complication to travel restrictions at the peak of the holiday season.
So there you go, folks. It's the government cowing to business again. You can only hold that door shut for so long before the wolf breaks through. Businesses, business interests, I suppose as they should officially be called, and the Tory ministers who are supported by these business interests have been pounding away at that door of number 10 since the start of lockdown, dying to get back to some form of normality when people can travel without having to quarantine. And the government's finally said, hey, fuck it. Let's rip off the Band-Aid and let's get back to it. Recent COVID figures are looking good. Scientists are perplexed at the fact that numbers are coming down. They're not sure why, considering the fact that all restrictions have now been lifted. It still remains to be seen. And the idea that travel is now going to be looser than ever before, it should raise a red flag in your minds when you consider the fact that the Delta variant has been allowed to spread in this way because of the lack of travel restrictions imposed by countries such as ours in the UK. It all remains to be seen. It's going to be an interesting one. The good old US of A for me. Things are good here. My state's kind of excessive still because of our crazy governor. I'm from Michigan. But the country is generally coming back to life. Most states are fully out of lockdown. How do you feel about that then? You say things are good. Does that leads me to believe that you are in favour of the restrictions being lifted? Not sure what the case numbers are like in Michigan. I'd be interested to know. Let's have a quick look. Okay, so you're rising. So week on week, you're up about 50%. It's a pretty big rise. I can certainly see why restrictions would still be in place. Meanwhile,
the availability of COVID-19 vaccines varies widely from country to country. In recent months, the shortage in many parts of the world has sparked a rise in vaccine tourism, with many people heading to the United States to get jabbed. Our Taipei correspondent Cindy Su returned to her home country, the United States, to find out more.
These tourists from many countries have come to the United States to get vaccinated against COVID-19.
It's not just for Brazil or for the US, it's for the world.
Like, everybody wants the world to come back to the normal life.
Besides Latin America, many of the travelers have come from Asia, including this 84-year-old grandmother who just got off a flight from Vietnam. Her granddaughter tells me, even at her age, she can't get vaccinated in her country.
I tell you, in my country, not enough vaccine. That's why not enough for everybody.
Around 50% of US residents are fully vaccinated, but the rates are much lower elsewhere, including around 20% in South America, 10% in Asia, and just 1.5% in Africa. Just the San Francisco airport alone has vaccinated around 1,000 passengers arriving from over 50 countries since May, and the demand is growing. The shortage of vaccines and the slow vaccination rates in many places around the world, including Taiwan and other parts of Asia, have driven a trend in vaccine tourism. The US is making it easy by offering free vaccines to anyone in its territory without requiring residency.
We've got a surplus supply, and being able to make that available for others is really a good thing, and it really helps everyone. It helps other countries to vaccinate their population faster. It helps reduce the barriers of international travel that currently exist. And so ultimately, everybody wins when we offer a program like this.
I don't know the specifics, so don't take me at my word. I'm fairly sure that part of the reason for this surplus of jabs is because of the rampant capitalistic approach to sourcing these vaccines and getting them into America. The UK did the same thing. I'm not sure if it should be celebrated that people are having to travel to America. Or, sorry to put it another way, I'm not sure it should be celebrated that people can travel to America to get vaccinated, considering I'm fairly sure part of the reason that they can't get vaccinated in their own country is because of this buying up of all available vaccines to the point where there is such a surplus. Some vaccines have been chucked out as well. I know that's happened in the UK. I'm not sure about the US, where there's been an oversupply. So I do take this with a pinch of salt. Well, it's nice to see Brazilians coming to America for vaccines instead of accepting Chinese vaccines and ultimately deepening Chinese relations. You're referring to the manufactured, it's the one set of vaccines that was manufactured by Chinese company that wasn't approved, right? Sorry folks, just bear with me, I'm plugging in something. That's a bit of a red herring you've got yourself there, because it's not one or the other. There are other options.
Taiwanese people like Amber Zhou, who prefers the two-shot vaccines, have simply walked into US pharmacies and filled out a consent form to get the jabs. She has spent $18,000 just on plane tickets and hotel lodging for a month, but she says it's worth it.
I have a daughter, 7 years old, and my parents over 70 years old. I need to protect myself, then I can protect my family. I feel so happy. Right now, I feel like I'm a superwoman.
Cindy Sue, BBC News, San Francisco.
Christ, what an economic decision to make, right? To have to make. I've got elderly relatives to look after. I've got kids to look after. So for that reason, it's worth it for me to spend, what was it, 18 grand coming to America to get shot. That's also a bit of a times we live in moment. Let's take a look at this. I'm not interested in doom mongering today, but I do want to take a look at some kind of bigger picture stories alongside the most recent little stories that have popped up in the news. If this gets a bit too... If it gets a bit too... What's the word? doom-mongery, I suppose. We'll stick with that. Then I may back out of it, but I am interested. And The Economist's got some fucking fantastic journalists on their team.
The pandemic has transformed all our lives. Lockdowns have forced us to change how we socialise, how we shop, how we work. But as vaccination rates rise, parts of the world are opening up.
It's a wonderful feeling to go back to a festival like this again.
But which changes are temporary and what's transformed for good?
That's a horrible noise.
Question. The Economist has crunched data to create a groundbreaking new index.
The amazing thing about this pandemic compared with all previous pandemics is the amount of data we have.
The results show that the world is never going to be the same again. This is not the first time a pandemic...
There's an interesting footage used to illustrate that point.
Historically, crises revolutionized societies, fueling technological advances and kickstarting social change.
Nightbot, absolutely right.
The Black Death plagued Europe.
Folks, I don't know who knows, but Amazon owns Twitch, many of you will know. You want to link up that Amazon Prime account of yours? You get 1 free subscription. And I would love for you to support me on this channel.
Back then, lockdowns were brutal. Infected people were locked up in confined spaces to die. And there were different approaches to social distancing. About a third of Europe's population died from the plague. But from the devastation came innovation. Having fewer workers encouraged the development of new technologies.
Labour was much more scarce, and that, some historians think, led to the development of labour-saving devices such as the printing press, because you don't want to be paying scribes to copy things out, you'd rather have a machine that could do it more cheaply.
Some theories even suggest the Black Death made Europeans more adventurous. Piling onto a ship seemed less risky when so many people...
I haven't heard about that, Human Tops, no.
In the following decades, dozens of nations explored new lands.
Maverick!
The flu pandemic of
You marvellous legend. Thank you so much for your subscription. I really appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much.
Businesses were shuttered.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
Up to 100 million people died from...
You're a good un.
That's more than triple the number that died in another crisis you might be more familiar with, the First World War. The flu hit as the war was ending, and both ignited change.
If you look at the First World War, the men went to the front, and so women had to work in factories.
How should I read that username, Maverick? Maverick? Correct me if I'm wrong. I've heard of China supply vaccines to lots of foreign countries, but not any of the rest of that. Yeah, I haven't heard of that story. Feel free to send me a link, Human Tops. Get it in that Discord there. I said it right, Maverick. Good. Thank you again.
And took on a lot of jobs that they'd previously not been able to do. So it had a big impact on, how people saw the equality of the sexes and whether it was appropriate for women to work and so forth.
And after the pandemic ended, businesses were inspired to take more risks. From 1919, the number of startups in America boomed. We can notice these historical changes in hindsight. Today, it's possible to quantify change as it's happening.
The amazing thing about this pandemic compared with all previous pandemics is the amount of data we have. I mean, the fact that we're all walking around with these computers in our pocket, you've just got that sensor network that's sort of inherently there. We've got an unprecedented amount of data, and in fact, almost more than we can...
He's speaking very fast, by the way. I haven't sped this up. I don't think I've sped this up anyway.
James. He's crunched...
No, we're at normal speed.
...an index for normality.
So the index that I've made basically looks at 50 countries, at behaviour in those 50 countries around the world. And the idea behind it is to track how things have changed during the pandemic and how behaviour might persist beyond the pandemic.
To make his index, James analysed 8 different indicators of behaviour. which can be split into 3 categories. The first is transport, flight data, public transport usage, and traffic congestion.
Folks, if I do some kind of if I were to do a sort of call-in session, right, a phone-in, where you jump in the Discord and you hop on the voice chat and you kind of talk to me about your experience of the past couple of years and what's been happening with you, lockdowns, how you feel about them, how many people would be interested in that by a show of hands?
The next is leisure use, sports attendance, box office takings, and time spent outside the home. Last, how business is being done, office occupancy, and retail footfall. That gave James thousands of data points to analyse.
Based on all this data, we arrive at a baseline for what global normality looks like, where 100 reflects normality, 0 means that there's no activity at all, and a value of over 100 means that activity is occurring greater levels than occurred before the pandemic. This line is our overall global normality index. It reflects in aggregate how behaviour has changed over the past 18 months around the world. We looked at 50 countries in total, and every country looks a little bit different. For example, here is the chart for Britain. You can see that activity fell dramatically last spring.
You be down, Hayley.
Activity
Maverick, too tired, I'm on insomniac time.
as the second wave occurred. And since then...
I appreciate you joining nonetheless. But yeah, no, I wouldn't do the call-in now, by the way. I would do that at some other time.
In your country, click on the link.
Sorry that you're having trouble sleeping. Sorry to hear that. Sleep is important, friends.
Predict the future. Tom, the Economist's resident future gazer, is trying to.
The world before the pandemic is gone. We're not going back to it. The big question is...
My experience with lockdown isn't much of a negative one, though. COVID hardly affected me despite getting it at one point. Oh, did you have it? I didn't realise that. Whenabouts was that? How was your experience of it, Hayley? I'd try, really just depends on the day and time, though. Yeah, I'm liking what I'm hearing. Some
we're not going to snap back all the way.
Some positive feedback.
We're going to go on doing all of the things.
It's an idea, folks. It's an idea.
But nor are they going to go back to the way things were before. So the answer is going to be somewhere in the middle, and exactly where it is in the middle is going to vary by country, by activity, by industry, by household, and so that's what makes it so unpredictable.
But here we go and try and predict it.
A hybrid world, where people do things online as well as off. This has been a pretty big...
Yes, Eddie Vedder.
But especially for Italians. Specifically, how they...
Right. There's been loads of suspicious fucking animations that they've used for things already. But I love that... Had to be... Right, so we've got to say we've used like Foo Fighters footage to show like gigs and how that changes. How are we going to show Italians when we do this video and when we edit it together? Oh, I know. Don't worry about it. We'll just get somebody doing that because that means Italian. Fucking hell. The Economist needs a boost of stock footage because if I was Italian watching this, I'd be like, sorry, what the fuck?
Things online as well as off. This has been a pretty big change for most people, but especially for Italians.
Fucking hell.
How they shop.
Oh.
One of my favourite examples concerns...
Goodness gracious me.
So Italians were not big shoppers online before the pandemic. They like to buy things in person. It's a very social experience to go shopping in Italy.
During the pandemic, it was a different story. Restrictions here were tough. And in the first half of 2020, more than 2 million Italians tried online shopping for the first time ever. Today, despite restrictions being lifted, the amount of people shopping in person in Italy is still below pre-pandemic levels.
There are all these stories of Italian grannies sort of getting addicted to Amazon and realising they can buy things with a few clicks and then buying all sorts of stuff. That's an example of how, when you discover a new way of doing things during the pandemic, you're likely to want to go on doing it.
Amazon is betting on the fact that they will keep doing it. It's hiring thousands of new employees in Italy. But our new online lifestyle goes way beyond shopping.
Oh.
Possibly.
That little face. Got it a while ago and I thought it was normal flu symptoms. Or rather, I was really hoping it was. I tend to get the flu every year because I'm unlucky. So I felt like shit for 2 days, but the third day I felt, well, way better. Just slightly tired and achy. Okay, so that would be what they'd call, I suppose, mild symptoms, maybe, in that category. Yeah. Only a couple of days. It's interesting. Pretty good result. Living in a rural area of America, my experience wasn't really different than normal. Most people I met didn't wear masks. No one socially distanced. I would get weird looks wearing a mask often. Nothing really changed. That's fascinating. Can't imagine anywhere now where somebody would balk at you for wearing a mask. It was certainly weird at first. Me and my mother both had it because we live in the same house. I got it through her since I didn't go out much during lockdown. Right, okay. I hope she had the same kind of experience as you. Just quite mild symptoms. Is that a reference to Pavlov's dog? This dog? Do you think? Sol Invictus, how you doing, by the way? Hardly affected me really, though. I haven't got my old stamina I used to in regards like running and stuff. But that's likely just because with lockdown I haven't been going out much, so it's just degraded over time. Right, you don't think it's a long COVID thing. It's more just the inactivity. I've got a bit of that. Whenever I've gone for long walks in the past few weeks, fucking hell, it's been a struggle. I think I'm just not used to it at all. I think I'm used to sitting in this chair. Remind myself to get up and do stuff.
Possibly one of the biggest long-term changes from the pandemic is going to be more people working from home.
Our index shows that office occupancy is rising, but
By the way, I haven't rated this video at all. I'm just going to put it out there. I think this has been some really kind of lukewarm takes that I feel like we all know. But feel free to disagree with me. Since the video is talking about learned habits persisting after the lockdown, a picture of a dog using the internet. But yeah, that's true. I didn't think of that. Oh, I disagree with all of the footage that's been used in this to illustrate their points. I used to love walking and stuff, but it really took it out of me last time I went on a walk. That is a shame. I wonder if it is something that's... I don't want to start speculating about your symptoms because I don't know. But no, it's a shame. I suppose one of these things with habit that we'll all get back. Over time, we'll all get back used to. Fucking hell, I'm muddling my words. Over time, we will all get used to being active again, hopefully.
probably won't ever rise to pre-pandemic levels. Companies will probably let people work from home or the office.
I quite like working from home. One of the things I like the most is not having to put on a shirt and a suit to go to the office. I can just put on a shirt when I need to. Right now, for example, I'm wearing shorts and I've got sandals on.
Tom is very modern, wearing his shorts for work. But it's not just about new trends. We've also rediscovered some old ones.
There's one case where, rather than sort of being accelerated into the future by the pandemic, we've gone back into the past, and that's with drive-ins or drive-throughs.
The number of drive-in cinemas across Britain has exploded from 3 to 40 during the pandemic.
Fucking hell, I didn't know that.
And it's not just the UK.
Walmart car parks, many of which may have been drive-ins in the first place, got repurposed as drive-ins during 2020. There was a nightclub in Germany that did a sort of drive-in night. So we've had this sort of return to the drive-through, back to the 1950s vibe, even as in other respects we're being accelerated into the 2030s.
But we will only know the full impact of the pandemic once it's over. And that could be a long way off.
Until you've got really, really widespread coverage with vaccines that are really, really good at handling these variants, then we're not going to see the back of this pandemic.
But using data to chart the changes we're all living through helps us make sense of it all.
It's been really good to see people's rise in interest in numbers. It's the first time that I've seen charts on the headline 10 o'clock news on the BBC or ITV.
We're sort of adding to that flood of data with this normality tracker, but you know, it is a tracker that's showing how things are getting better rather than a thing that lets you obsess on how things are getting worse.
I'm James Francham, I'm a data journalist at The Economist. To see the latest data of our Global Normality Index, click on the link. Thanks for watching.
Go on, let's have a look. I didn't really rate that video. Do I have a free read? Register with an email address. Do that over here later. Here's a thought. Is it modern to not work in an office anymore? Or is that harking to the past? Surely that's returning to our roots, isn't it? We didn't used to work in a high-rise building. Pandemic did kind of give me a bit of time away from my family. I can hardly stand going to my parents' house anymore. It recently revealed how much of an extreme Republican conspiracy theorist. My dad's so bad that if he sees people with masks, he yells sheep at them. Oof. Yeah, that must be tough. That must be tough. Have you tried to kind of talk to them? Would they listen to reason? I wonder. Me and my friends went on a 10k walk, going to explore an abandoned building but couldn't get in. It really took it out of me. Though it didn't help that my dumbass wore heeled boots and my feet were in so much pain. That's your problem. Spotted it. That's your problem right there. Heeled boots. Exploring abandoned buildings. What a pastime. Some fucking McAfee pop-up blocker that's I didn't even realise was on here. I got a Trojan virus. Oh, fuck. To mention all my dad ever talks about anymore, how he thinks Trump won the election. Monkus. What's that, Maverick? Have I missed something? No, Republicans don't listen to reason. It's modern, but in a way that's similar to the past. We don't have to work in big buildings anymore because we can do the exact same thing from home, from a laptop or what have you. The pain is worth it. That's what my girlfriend would say. Just part of it. It's just part of it. You get used to it. You don't have to get used to pain. Pain is pain, right? Cost of fashion. I refuse to ever go walking far in them again. Stick to the Timberlands. Right, what shall we have next? What's happened with Cuomo now?
I want you
There's a different note. Very different note, folks, that I've thrown us into here.
to know directly from me that I never touched anyone inappropriately or made inappropriate sexual advances.
It was his robust handling of the coronavirus crisis in New York and his clashes with then-President Trump, which thrust Andrew Cuomo into the limelight internationally. But as the state he governs recovered from the pandemic, it was his personal behavior which became the focus. One by one, back in March, 11 former employees stepped up to accuse Governor Cuomo of sexual harassment. Now, a detailed independent investigation highlights the consistency of the allegations and the weight of evidence.
Our focus, again, should be on the bravery and the courage of these 11 women and of the others who came forward. These allegations were substantiated. They were corroborated.
New York Attorney General.
The team before you, Ms. Clark and Mr. Kim, are professionals who are widely respected not only in New York but all across this nation.
The investigation concluded that the governor kissed, hugged and groped inappropriately. He made comments which were deeply humiliating and offensive. But in a televised statement, he rejected all the findings.
I do banter with people. I do tell jokes, some better than others. I am the same person in public as I am in private.
I never like this. Either apologise or don't apologise. Either say that it's false or say that it's true. Don't blur the lines to the point where you're kind of prepping for yourself to be found guilty. You know, oh, I joke around with people. You know, everyone does it, right? We're all the same. Blah 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 blah. But you know, I never went that far. You kind of, it's a trick in your mind. You're already thinking like, oh, well, I suppose, yeah, it was banter. I suppose it was probably nothing that harmful. He's trying to absolve himself whilst trying to deny everything, right? It's doublethink in a way.
They ascribe motives I never had. And simply put, they heard things that I just didn't say. That is just not who I am. And that's not who I have ever been.
A montage of images of him kissing fellow politicians and the public alike was proof, he said, that tactile is his style, but that doesn't make him guilty of sexual harassment. The president, a political ally,
tactile is his style.
At the White House.
Are you now calling on him to resign?
Yes.
And if he doesn't resign, do you believe he should be impeached and removed from office?
Let's take one thing at a time here.
This may be a political story now, but it was a personal one first. And the accusers in an investigation which is not criminal at the moment have been reflecting. Thank you to everyone who expressed support out loud and in whispers, wrote Anna Liss, for hugs and hand squeezes and texts. Thank you.
There you go. He's got to go, right? How do you stand up to that storm? I mean, I know we live in interesting times, but you can't push that back, can you? Am I suffering? Yes. Do I look like a bad bitch? Yes. Worth it. In fair play. You should watch the China Uncensored video on Brazil for some information on what I was talking about. Give me a link. Get it in that Discord. They don't need evidence. No one likes on him. New Yorkers are looking for a reason to hate him anyway. So they'll vote him out rather than force him out, you think? Oh, I completely forgot about dolphins. Surfer Girl, if you're still there, this one's for you.
5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, he was so curious. Get us in. Oh my, shut up. Oh, he's loving it. Oh.
Oh, amazing. Dolphin's fucking loving it.
He's like,
Oh,
do cartwheel, do cartwheel, do cartwheel.
oh amazing.
All right, you've got my attention as well. Interesting. He's freaking out. Seriously. Shaka, you saw him like it. Yeah? Okay, so we have the dolphin whisperer.
Oh, that is amazing.
Best friends forever.
That would fucking melt your heart, wouldn't it? Here you go, folks. I got cheered you up. Dolphins compare nothing to the mighty sea turtle. Rue. The mighty nation of Denmark. Folks, you don't know what I'm talking about? Jump in that Discord. You'll find out. Alright. At the risk of talking too much about COVID, I just do want to see what's happening in Latin America with new variants. Would melt my heart if they let the Dolphins go free. True. True. And I did think that at one point. I wasn't going to say it. But I'd keep it light. But you are right, nonetheless. Makes me think of, God, what's that documentary? The harrowing one. Blackfish.
COVID-19 has claimed the lives of nearly 200,000 people in Peru. There, the vaccination campaign is only slowly getting underway. Just 16% of the population are completely inoculated. The country is battling several coronavirus variants. Experts say Latin America is fast becoming the new epicenter of the pandemic. More than 1 million people there have died. The only exception is Chile, where 80% of the population are fully vaccinated. In a region where otherwise health systems are struggling to cope. Hello and welcome to your COVID-19 special. I'm Chris Colbert in Berlin. Colombia is experiencing...
The quality of this broadcast dropped dramatically just then. I had to say it. No, I get you. And I thought it as well. I need to get my second vaccine done. Gotta level up. Bloop, 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 bloop. You have reached vaccine level 2. Stamina increased. Health protection against variants increased. Yeah, I got mine. I got mine. When did I get mine? Last week. I am worried about things like the gap between 8 and 12 weeks now. But I do also think, you know, it's better to get it done sooner rather than later. All things considered. My arm hurt a bit less than last time, but no side effects. Felt perfectly fine. You DM'd me a link. Okay, fantastic. Let me take a look. Vaccine level 2, autism level 3. A lot of people won't know you're joking.
The longest peaks of infections since the coronavirus arrived in the country. This third spike has put the medical system to the test. Quarantine measures have been struggling to strengthen an already strained system. ICUs in the country's second largest city, Medellin, are over.
Well, not that you're joking, but that you know what you're talking about, I suppose.
5% occupied. Doctors insist that the national model of pandemic care has failed.
On the streets of Medellin, everything seems normal. The country is in the grips of a third coronavirus wave, but there's little sign of that here. It's a different story in local hospitals. The suffering there has taken a heavy toll on Nurse Yolanda Valderrama. My mother was here, and my brother, both at the same time. It was hard. My brother survived, but my mother died of COVID-19. I'm still here. The grieving process is very hard. But I also take comfort knowing that they did everything they could for her. More than a year into the pandemic, these medical staff in intensive care are running on empty. It's an enormous responsibility. The number of patients has tripled, and our work conditions are far from ideal. We're short on everything, medication and medical staff too, because they're worn out. Often we struggle just to provide basic medical care. But the staff still report every free bed to the hospital administrator. Sometimes up to 30 COVID patients are waiting for a bed in intensive care.
En Antioquia, al menos desde el mes de abril, es mayor el número.
In Antioquia, we've had more patients on the waiting list than beds ever since April. We can't admit everyone in time. Even critically ill patients often wait 2 or 3 days for the ICU. They stay in the ER or even on the surgical unit. The Ministry of Health and some regional mayors say there are plenty of intensive care beds.
Acabamos de ser informados por el Ministerio de
The Health Ministry just informed us that intensive care occupancy fell under 85% today. We have 15.93% capacity. For Yolanda Valderrama, who lost her mother to COVID-19, those are little more than empty words. They say COVID numbers are going down, but I see no sign of that. Our patient numbers have never gone down here. This hospital in Medellin has meanwhile set up intensive care beds in the hallways. They know that in Colombia, the pandemic is far from over.
For more, let's bring in Marika.
This is the frustration of someone's lived experience clashing with government statistics. And people screaming, that can't be right, because I'm seeing more patients coming into my hospital. So why is that happening? And indeed, there are countries that fall behind in their reporting of the case numbers, hospitalizations and deaths. But what can you do except side with the data, really, if you want to be accurate? I love the China Uncensored channel, and he usually has links under his videos to loads of sources for what he's talking about, so he's not just a YouTuber talking out of his ass. I might take a look at it afterwards. Right, I'm going to leave you with this for a second, folks, while I go and get some water.
The Latin America division at Germany's Institute for Global and Area Studies. She joins me from Helsinki. Welcome to DW, Marika. Colombia was the first country in Latin America to receive vaccines from the international COVAX initiative in March, but it hasn't done much to slow the rise in infections. Why?
Well, I mean, many of the vaccines that were ordered have simply not arrived. So at this point, about 1/4, or just under 1/4 of the Colombian population is fully vaccinated, which is actually higher than the global average, but of course it's not enough. And for example, many of those vaccines are now from Sinovac, the two companies that have most supplied vaccines to Colombia so far, Pfizer and Sinovac. And the COVAX mechanism is actually way behind. Colombia bought over 20 million doses for them, and only just over 3 million have arrived, which leads to about 1.5 million people fully vaccinated. And so they're just not getting enough vaccinations into the country. Because on a general level, global production is simply not keeping up with the global need.
America has recorded 30% of all global COVID deaths, while representing only 8% of the world's population. Tell us what has gone wrong there.
Well, I mean, Latin America as a region, there's of course differences by country, but overall, they enter the pandemic with very low levels of preparedness. They have high inequalities, weak public health care systems, high levels of informality, high urbanization, and overcrowded housing. And so when governments try to implement social distancing rules in a region where half the population works informally, it's really hard to enforce those if people need to go out onto the streets to survive. Governments also had a hard time reaching those populations to help them to shelter at home. And as a result, and especially in high urbanization, overcrowded housing, the virus spread easily. And now, a year later, it's an even harder trade-off for governments with lots of low-income people, no fiscal space left over. They're out of money to continue with social distancing measures. And that's, of course, feeling contagious now, too, along with the Delta variant.
Now, could Latin America then become the new epicenter of the coronavirus variants, and what would the consequences be for the rest of the world then?
Well, I'm not a virologist, but yes, as the virus spreads, of course, there's more possibilities for mutations, and the consequences, of course, would be terrible. And I think most importantly, that points to the fact that this issue is global. and that a global effort is needed to produce and distribute vaccines as fast as possible in the region. And now would not be the time to be stingy or nationalistic about this.
While we talk about the broader impact of all this, I mean, nowhere in the world have children missed more school days as a result of the pandemic on average as in Latin America. What are countries going to do about that?
Well, I hope that they prioritize opening schools. They prioritized opening a lot of the economy, but the schools have remained closed. And that's been devastating for a region where now over half the children live in poverty. And not just school and poverty, but millions of kids have missed their regular vaccinations. And so I think what the region needs to do is actually establish a social contract with children. And that would involve...
Sorry, folks, I took the opportunity to have a wee.
Help families struggling with food insecurity and reinforce preventive healthcare systems for children.
What is even going on here?
In Colombia, there have been protests for more supportive public policies to alleviate the economic impact of this pandemic. Now, this pandemic has pushed many people into poverty. Is that going to impact who will be in power in the future in these countries?
Well, that's...
Kind of falls behind in that. They're just straight up pretending they don't have the most cases.
What the pandemic has done is really exacerbating existing...
I'm not too sure about that. I might have to restrict China
in the region. And in Colombia...
COVID reaction to a different stream.
Colombia has had a...
At the risk of getting too derailed.
Been seen
Human tops.
To provide social assistance for the population, and regionally hasn't. It's quite a bit behind.
The noise quality on this video is fucking awful. Sorry about that.
And it may be
By the way, Human Tops, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that.
that this will add to the popularity of a left-wing opposition, particularly in the case of Colombia. But each country has its unique trajectory on this.
Marieke Blofeld of the Giga Institute for Latin America Studies, thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Our viewers want to know more about where the coronavirus variants came from. For that, now over to our science correspondent, Derek Williams.
Is it possible that the same variants arose independently without travel in different places?
The answer to this touches on one of my favorite evolutionary concepts called convergence. It's basically the idea that when different species face similar environmental pressures in different places, then nature can come up with remarkably similar solutions to cope with them. A good example of convergence is, for instance, the protective spines that are embedded in the skin of both porcupines and hedgehogs. The trait didn't arise just once in a common ancestor and then get passed down. It evolved independently in both species because a spiny outside is clearly a good defense against predators if you're small and slow and just want to be left in peace to eat your leaves and insects.
Yeah, convergent evolution. I didn't know that term.
Change constantly, and it happens.
I would have just said, oh, it's all evolution. But yeah, convergent.
Viruses replicate.
I didn't know that until now.
And abundantly. The vast majority of those changes will be neutral or even harmful, but a tiny number of them will give a virus an advantage. For example, a mutated gene might change the spike proteins on its surface in ways that allow the virus to slip into cells more easily. And because the SARS-CoV-2 genome is actually pretty small, the chances of specific identical mutations like that occurring in different places at different times is actually fairly high. So we are seeing some of this sort of genetic convergence, but because variants also collect many other highly individual mutations as they evolve, genetic sequencing still allows us to tell them apart.
That is interesting. There you go, folks. You ever wondered how variants work? It's a bit of an insight for you there. Surfer Girl, you missed the dolphin video, I think. Do you want it again? I forgot to do it earlier. So I had a little look about 10 minutes ago. I'm not sure if you saw it. But let's have it again.
Oh my, shut up. Oh, he's loving it. Oh. He's so done.
So fucking cute.
He's like, shut up, you're crazy. Do cartwheel, do cartwheel, do cartwheel.
It's when the little flippers come out at the side like that.
Interesting. He's freaking out. Watch out. Seriously. Shotgun, you saw him like it. Yeah? Okay, so we have the dolphin whisperer. Oh my gosh, best friends forever.
There you go. Bring it down the hammer. Didn't see that coming. Dolphin content. That's what we don't have enough of. Dolphin content. I saw this earlier and it just kind of piqued my interest. I just want to see. It might wind me up too much, but this is I think an Australian MP.
The pandemic. Which brings us to our show 2 weeks ago, in which we called out Alan Jones and Craig Kelly MP for the crazy claim on Sky News that getting a COVID jab makes you more likely to die from the disease. It was mad and dangerous stuff, and even Sky admitted it was wrong and forced Alan Jones to read a correction on air.
The broadcast didn't point out the higher rate of cases of the Delta variant in the unvaccinated compared with the...
Yeah, exactly. Olympic stuff. It'll get me banned.
The statements
DMCA up the arse.
all platforms.
It was hard.
It's not even DMCA, is it? Is it DMCA?
And Craig Kelly was...
Who's the one in control of Olympic footage? The DMCA as well? Oh, I don't know.
even less inclined to admit his error, accusing us first of a shocking smear, then telling his Twitter followers we were guilty of deceit.
Notice how the ABC blur the numbers, so no one can see them. That's because the calculations are correct, but that spoils their story.
And after that, Kelly went back to spreading his falsehoods, tweeting that recent Israeli COVID numbers prove the Pfizer vaccine is worthless and doing nothing to prevent infections or deaths. In a series of tweets, Kelly hammered this message home.
With the latest data out of Israel, it should be game over for the vaccine sellers and the moronic stupidity of those pushing vaccine passports. Bombshell, latest data from Israel exposes Pfizer farce.
So, is this right? Well, no, it's not, as a host of experts, including Israel's Ministry of Health, have confirmed. But there is a story in the numbers. Israel spent big to get the Pfizer vaccine and was the first to immunise its adult population. And that, with lockdown, helped get new cases close to zero. But in June, the country threw off its final COVID restrictions, and the Delta variant has since produced a surge in new infections. And that has led anti-COVID vaxxers around the world
That's how it works.
to claim the vaccines don't work, as the Washington Post and others have reported.
A vaccine skeptic community that often focuses on unverified data, innuendo and false and misleading comparisons is suddenly pointing to Israel again. The reason? The country is suddenly seeing an uptick in cases.
And this is the fucking crux of it, isn't it? The maddening truth is that, really, we're in a situation where governments have faced a completely unforeseen, take up an issue with that, I suppose. Not unforeseen, but a completely new challenge, let's say. So they're going to make mistakes. So if you're pushing a conspiracy, that's fucking easy. It's an open goal. Because, yeah, case numbers are going to rise again, right? You take off restrictions, you make a mistake. But or someone pushing a conspiracy like vaccines don't work, that's a fucking goldmine for you. It's just like when they had to admit that, like with many of the vaccines before, to deal with a whole range of issues, there is a infinitesimally not the word, an incredibly fucking small chance of blood clots, right, with certain jabs. Again, absolute fucking goldmine for conspiracy theorists. Never mind the chats, never mind the the fact that you are infinitely more likely to get COVID and die than you ever are of having a blood clot from a jab. That doesn't come into it. All you need is a grain of truth to give power to a conspiracy, no matter how wild it is. No, I'm dead, but I'm positive that got me a suspension. No, never shut up. Never shut up. Yeah, I saw you talk. I didn't realise that you were that had happened to you until I saw the Discord. I was catching up with messages in your Discord, and I was like, "Oh shit!" I didn't even realise. Do you think that's what it was? Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I saw it happen to that other streamer. I think it is a thing.
And most of them are among vaccinated people.
Most of the people now
Just make me worry as well, actually, the stuff that I watch.
vaccinated, but that is because hardly anyone in the population has not. And the Pfizer vaccine is still working. But Israel's Ministry of Health has warned its effectiveness in preventing infection and symptomatic disease is fading. Last month, Israel said the Pfizer jab's effectiveness had dropped from 95%, or almost total protection, to 64%. And recent case numbers show it may have fallen further to around 40%. And when you drill into the data, you can see why.
Data.
This table shows that groups who had the vaccine back in January are getting much less protection against infection than those who got the jab in February, March, or April, which is why Israel is now planning to give booster shots. But, crucially, protection against hospitalization and severe illness remains high across all groups, with Israel's Ministry of Health making it
I
clear.
think I mean to fix the issue now. I'm going to do a test later.
The vaccine in
How are you going to test it?
hospitalizations and severe symptoms stands at 88%.
I'd be interested to know how that goes, Surfer Girl. Ross Publica, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you.
And that's why Professor Bruce Thompson from Swinburne University did not mince his words about Craig Kelly's
How you doing? You all right?
vaccine is useless, telling MediaWatch,
even if the vaccine is becoming less effective in preventing infections, it is still really high in terms of preventing serious illness and hospitalisation, and in that nothing has changed. What Kelly is saying about it being worthless is absolute rubbish, and it's dangerous.
And the fact-checkers at Twitter clearly reached the same conclusion, because on 22nd of July, Kelly's account was frozen for a week, and the MP jumped onto another social media platform to tell his followers,
My Twitter account was also shut down hours after I posted data showing Pfizer was completely useless in Israel at preventing COVID infections. So I'm back up and running on Telegram, uncensored. Share posts as well.
Fucking Telegram. The home of trustworthy news. I love that sleight of hand as well. Right after I posted data, no, it's right after you falsely claimed that your data suggested the vaccines don't work. Data? Fine. Just don't spread your fucking conspiracy nut shit.
Because we are so much better at testing than any other country in the world, we
Saw it, fancied it. So far so good. Falling from a tall height. Falling from a tall height. Am I being thick? I don't get what you mean, Ross Publica. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need more coffee. Don't you know, kids, all the accurate information is on social media, not in articles. I had to report a Telegram account recently. Because there's a group called White Rose that have been posting around loads of basically just putting fucking stickers on trains, being like, oh, what is it? if you have to stay indoors and sacrifice your freedoms for a fake disease, are you really in control and all this other bullshit? So I was like, fucking get that reported. For vandalism, right? Because I'm sure they fucking let it happen. Obviously they let it happen on Telegram. But I was like, maybe combine that with the vandalism aspect and maybe something will happen to them. I doubt it. But I read that on the internet, which is also always true. Wikipedia, always true. Google, Telegram, Facebook, always true. Get your news from Facebook. Rip up your newspapers. Nobody clip this.
We show more cases.
The figure I look at is death. And death is going up now.
Okay,
and it's 1,000 a day.
If you look at death...
Yeah, it's going up again.
Let's look.
Daily death.
Take a look at some of these charts.
I'd love to.
We're going to look.
Let's look.
And if you look at death...
Started to go up
here's
again.
One. Well, right here, the United States...
Fucking solid source, mate. Solid source.
Numerous...
Kiwi Turtles, how you doing?
We're lower than the world.
Lower than the
lower
world?
than
What is that?
Europe.
In what?
Look.
In what?
Take a look. Right here. Here's case death.
Oh, you're doing death as a proportion of cases. I'm talking about death as a proportion of population. That's where the US is really bad.
Well,
much worse than South Korea, Germany, etc.
You can't do that. You have
Why
to go,
can't I do that?
You have to go by where. Look, here is the United States. You have to go by the cases. The cases.
Why
are
not
dead.
as a proportion of
when
population?
We have somebody. What it says is when you have somebody that has where there's a case.
Oh, okay.
The people that live from those cases.
It's surely a relevant statistic to say.
Do you know what? I'm having one of those moments where I'm like, is this real life? And I'm looking at the lips moving and I'm thinking, this has been edited, right? That's not what he was actually saying at the time. It fucking is, isn't it? Right? This hasn't been like... Because when was this video? August 5th, 2020. It's not a parody, is it? I think I've not seen it so long. I forgot how fucking mad this was. You know? I'm glad you're doing fine, Kiwi Turtles. Good. That's good to hear. I want to get a bunch of Calvin peeing on things stickers, cut off whatever's being pissed on, then slap them on cars with Blue Lives Matter stickers. Suddenly, comrade. Yeah. I'm glad you don't have that much Blue Lives Matter talk in the UK. That seems to be more of an American phenomenon. Although we're not, immune to it. Is this real life? Worst part that there is a lot of people just like him who also can't read or interpret data to gather the info that they need from it. Data illiteracy is a huge problem right now. Absolutely. Oh God, yeah. And depending on who you are that's providing the data, it's very, very, very easy to make data less interpretable as well. If you have a vested interest in people not being able to understand it, then it's very easy to do. You can track that across the UK government's response in a lot of places. You can see very clearly where something was meant to be easy to understand and where something was meant to be purposefully quite hard to understand, was purposefully obfuscated. And like you say, you've got a data illiteracy generally, then that, yeah, it's an easy job to muddle things up for people. Massive issue. Trump's thing? I don't know. Nightbot, absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And yeah, folks, jump in that Discord if you want to have a chat off stream. Political debates 24/7. Let's go for it.
The US has X population and X percentage of death of that population
No,
versus
because you
South
have to
Korea.
go by the cases.
Well, look at South Korea, for example. 51 million population, 300 deaths. It's like, it's crazy
you don't
compared to
know
other
that.
countries. I do. It's on
You
the.
don't know
it's
that.
John, you think they're fake?
I'm looking at it and I'm like, it looks like a deep fake video. I think it's been too long since I've heard him speak. You don't know that. You don't know that. And I'm like, no, this is real footage, man. I don't know, it's twisting my melon today.
South Korea?
I won't get
advanced
into
country?
that because they have a very good relationship
Yeah.
with the country, but you don't know that. And they have spikes. Look, here's
Germany,
one.
low,
Here's
9,000.
one. Here's one right here. United States. You
Who
take
did he not want to get into?
a very good relationship.
You think they're faking their statistics? South. It's
I
an
won't get
advanced
into
country.
that because they have a very good relationship.
South Korea.
Country, but you don't know that. And they have spikes. Look, here's
Germany,
one.
low,
Here's
9,000.
one. Here's one right here. United States. You take
Anyway.
the number of cases.
Okay.
Now look, we're last, meaning we're first.
Last, I don't know
We
what
have
we're
the
first
best.
in. As a what?
Take a look.
Okay.
Again, it's
I'll just-
cases.
Okay.
And we have cases because
mean,
of the testing.
1,000 Americans are dying a day, but I understand on cases it's different.
No, but you're not reporting it correctly, Jonathan.
I think I am, but
If you take a look at this other chart, look, this is our testing, I believe. This is the testing, yeah.
yeah, we do more tests.
No, wait a minute. Well, don't we get credit for that? And because we do more tests, we have more cases. In other words, we test more. We have. Now take a look. The top one, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. The top, Jonathan.
If hospital rates were going down and deaths were going down, I'd say terrific. You deserve to be praised for
Well, they
testing,
don't
but they're
even-
all going
you know,
up.
they very rarely talk-
60,000 Americans are in hospital.
If you watch the
1,000
news
dying
or
a
read the
day.
papers, they usually talk about new cases, new cases, new cases.
I'm talking about death.
Well, you look at
It's going
death.
up.
Death is way down from where it was.
It's 1,000 a
Death.
day. It was 2,500. It went down to 500. Now it's going up
Death,
again.
excuse me, where it was is much higher than where it is right now.
It went down and it went up
spiked,
again.
But now it's going down again. It's going
going up.
down in Arizona. It's going down in Florida.
Nationally,
it's
it's
going
going
down in Texas. Take a look at this. These are the tests.
It's going down in Florida?
Yeah, it's going. It leveled out and it's going down. That's my report as of yesterday.
Well, I'm glad he's gone. We're last, meaning we're first. A whole lot of double speak in Trump's language. Below the world? Is that what he says?
Right here.
Below the world?
Case death.
In what? In what? What is that?
Europe.
Lower than
We're
the
lower
world.
than the world. We're lower than the world.
Lower than
We're
the
lower
world.
than.
Lower than the world? Let me just throw data at you. You see it. Let me just throw data at you. You see it? You see what I see? You know what you do? I'm right, I'm the man. I know things, see it's there, it's right, I'm right, I'm right, so smart. That is basically him. You fucking nailed it. You see right here? You see right there? And the journalist can't hide his what the fuckness. He's trying to stay calm with it. You couldn't, could you? You'd just be like him. It's like... Sure, it's been made into a meme now, isn't it? I think. Nice.
Lower than the world.
Lower than
We're
the
lower
world.
than
What is that?
Europe.
In what? In what?
Take a look. Right here. Here's case death.
It's just perfect. Oh, God. You gotta laugh to stop from crying, ain't you? I insist on my reality in spite of your evidence. Would have been arrested for slapping him in the mouth. You need a slap in the mouth. Where's that? It's like Trump paper meme or so there it is. Yeah. Screen that shit. I don't condone violence. No, of course not. Of course not. Of course not. Walk. How's the UK going? Our case numbers are looking very positive, Kiwi. People are tentatively optimistic because case numbers are still coming down, right? It still remains to be seen what the true effect of lifting all restrictions on the 29th? No. God, when was Freedom Day, as it was called in the press? 19th. So, I think we are not quite over the hill yet. We, if there is a spike, we will start to now see it in the data. But as you can see there, surprise dip in UK COVID cases baffles researchers. This is quite interesting, actually. I'll read this for you. Give you some beats as well. Give you some tasty beats. Right, so surprise dip in UK COVID cases baffles researchers. Daily recorded infections have more than halved since mid-July. Few researchers anticipated such a sharp decline, and they are now struggling to interpret it. Scientists are scratching their heads over the precipitous decline in daily COVID-19 infections in the United Kingdom, following their rapid rise earlier in the year. Officially recorded new cases more than halved in just 2 weeks, from a high of 54,674 on 17th of July to 22,287 on 2nd of August. Nobody really knows what's going on, said epidemiologist John Edmonds at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. In particular, it's not clear whether this sudden trend indicates that the peak of the third wave has passed, or whether it is a blip caused by complex social factors. The spread of the more infectious Delta variant of SARS-CoV-2 in the United Kingdom seemed, despite the country's successful vaccination rollout, to be creating a dangerous crisis. Exponential growth in infections since June led to predictions of as many as 100,000 new cases being reported daily, and fears that the National Health Service could be overwhelmed by hospitalisations. In such a climate, many scientists felt that the government's full relaxation of mitigating restrictions in England, such as mask wearing and the closure of nightclubs and other venues on 19th of July, was reckless. It is still too early to know what the effect of relaxation will have, given that the data on new cases and hospitalisations have a lag of around 2 weeks. Few public health experts, however, anticipated the recent sharp drop, and they are struggling to interpret it. Not herd immunity. One thing it doesn't mean, says Edmonds, is that the United Kingdom has built up enough population immunity through vaccination and a natural infection to stop the virus spreading. The drop in cases is unprecedented to some extent, in that it seemed to occur everywhere, he said. Something which has been previously seen only after lockdowns. But herd immunity would come in different places at different times. Despite around 70% of the population now being fully vaccinated against COVID, there's still a large pool of susceptible people. Highest proportion of infections is occurring in people aged 16 to 24, most of whom are either unvaccinated or have not yet received both jabs, although there is also breakthrough infections among the fully vaccinated and those who have previously recovered from the disease. Some random fluctuations in infection rates are inevitable, says epidemiological modeller Graham Medley, also at the LSHTM. This is exactly the situation faced by, say, climate change. Apparent signals appear in the data, and the question is, at what point does it become reasonable to infer something underlying? The decline in cases over many days seems to imply a specific underlying cause. But that cause might be a combination of many things, says Edmonds. First, the drop might appear more pronounced because of a spike in infections in England in mid-July, caused by the delayed Euro 2020 football tournament, which led many people to congregate in pubs, bars and private homes, as well as stadiums. That, Edmonds says, is consistent with the higher infection rate among males at the time. Subsequently, many people in the United Kingdom were alerted by NHS contact tracing apps that they had recently been in close proximity to somebody who tested positive. This spate of alerts, dubbed the pingdemic, has caused disruption to work and services throughout the country, as many people were forced to self-isolate. But, says Edmonds, it might have done its job in slowing the spread of the virus. So, just in the interest of time there, that basically says that the fact that people have not been in school in the last couple of weeks will also affect the numbers. And testing hasn't taken place in school, so less testing. And looking ahead, it has yet to be seen how the easing of restrictions will change public behaviour and thus infections. This, says Edmonds, is really key to how the UK pandemic will play out over the coming months. We can't predict human behaviour very well at all, he says. None of us had the Euros in our models, for example, but it's looking increasingly likely that that really did have an effect. He suggests that England might look to Scotland for what to expect in the coming weeks. Scotland's school holidays and its Euro 2020 COVID-19 peak both came a few weeks ago, and cases have stayed low since. However, researchers argue that the return of school pupils, university students, and office workers in September, as well as the possibility that protection from the first round of vaccines is likely to fuel another rise. I think the summer will be a bit of a firebreak, but that the pandemic will slowly grow again and things will escalate in the autumn, says Richter. It's by no means all over yet. So there you go. Pretty decent summary of where we are in the UK at the moment. As wise people say, truth fades in details. In every subject there is one truth, and many lies. I do agree with that statement, although I'm not sure I would apply it to this. I suppose we can take lies to mean red herrings, can't we? Kiwi, in this case. Many things that seem like they're significant, but really are just another thing that's happening. Is it the Euros? Is it the schools? Is it the testing? Praxeology says that human behaviour is entirely predictable and rational. As a determinist, I would agree that human behaviour is entirely predictable. Rational's maybe a stretch. But I agree in the first instance. For example, if you go to a specific place, it's hard to lie about it. But you can lie when you did, and with who, and so on. Yeah, that's a good point. And that's definitely a lie that we saw in the Dominic Cummings driving to Barnard Castle incident. More details are there, but the lies were crucial. Axiology is Friedman's basis for neoliberalism, yeah. Oh yeah. Right, folks. Is there anything else that I should know about, do you think? A lot, of course, but for right now, Bear with me. I'm going to grab some water. And I will actually be right back this time. In fact, you know what? I'm going to take a minute because I've just seen that it's time for me to eat. So I'm going to get myself some yogurt for Americans in the chat. Give me 1 minute, 1 to 2 minutes, and I'll be right back with you. Hello, hello, hello. I call it a comeback. I've been here for years. All sorts going on here. Ooh, I'm tempted by this. The truth about Priti Patel. The anti-immigrant mindset. This could be fiery. Let's take a risk. Let's take a chance. Seen a good byline video in the past. Subtitles on. Let's go.
Why did this photo of Priti Patel cause such a stir?
I'll just mute myself, by the way, while I eat this yogurt, because nobody wants that in their ears today, let's be honest. That's not what you came here for.
The image of the Home Secretary attending what was widely reported on social media to be an immigration raid caused outrage, with many questioning the tastefulness of making a photo op out of such an event. In fact, the photo was not taken at an immigration raid, but the arrest of a suspected people smuggler, and was intended as part of a publicity drive around the Home Secretary's new plan for immigration. And in many ways, it was classic Priti Patel, but it was also more than that. The symbolism of that photo opened up a discussion which is rarely had in today's culture war debates around British history and the Empire, specifically the experience of Asian immigrants from former colonies and how this background shapes their views on identity, policies such as immigration, and the future path of the UK.
With the first Indian origin Home Secretary ever in the UK, Right Honourable Priti Patel.
How can Priti Patel, herself the daughter of immigrants, take the hardline approach towards immigration that she does? The answer is complicated, but ultimately it's understandable. To many, Patel's politics are clearly surprising and at times abhorrent.
On that basis alone, I would actually support the reintroduction of capital punishment.
Abhorrent.
Muted. Sorry about that. This is, by the way, I feel, a subject which is... We'll have to see how this is handled, right? Because there is a way of handling this fucking horribly. But the idea of people from ethnic minority groups that get into political positions of power and how they then go on to treat ethnic minority communities is something that fascinates me, often troubles me, depending on who we're talking about. But it's something that really isn't talked about that well in the media or frequently at all. It is important, and it is one of those subjects that, if left alone, risks being weaponized by the right, because you have someone like Boris Johnson who, when asked, how could you and your Home Secretary possibly defend racists at a football match, simply replied with, well, the Home Secretary herself has experienced racism. And that kind of glossing over comment really shows why it's important that we know the detail of things like this, because we should not in any way let somebody that is pushing these kind of agendas, and you'll see what I'm talking about, I think, in this video, we shouldn't let them be a champion of immigration at the same time, because it doesn't work at all. It's insulting to immigrants.
To those who might expect immigrants to hold certain liberal views.
I'll take this back a few seconds because I've muddled that a bit.
To many, Patel's politics are clearly surprising and at times abhorrent.
On that basis alone, I would actually support the reintroduction of capital punishment.
Abhorrent to those who might expect immigrants to hold certain liberal views on immigration. But to discover the truth, we need to dig deeper. The story of Asian immigrants to the UK and their roots in the British Empire is a complex one, and it's an experience which has shaped them in a very particular way. Priti Patel's parents were part of a generation of Ugandan Asians who settled in Britain in the late 1960s and 1970s. Uganda was a protectorate of the British Empire between 1894 and 1962, and under the British, tens of thousands of Indians were brought to the country, some to build the railways, but also to act as a buffer between Europeans and Africans in the middle-class rungs of business and administration. The British invested in their education, and they tended to be better off than the Ugandan communities in which they lived. By the time it achieved independence, Indophobia had already become ingrained in Uganda.
From experience, we've discovered that Asians are very, very shrewd, and they've been exploiting this country for a very, very long time.
And in 1972, the president, Idi Amin, infamously gave the 60,000 Asians living in Uganda just 90 days to pack up their things and leave.
What will happen to these people if they don't go by the time they
I think they will be sitting like they are sitting on the fire. I will tell you this. You just wait after 3 months.
What will you do to them?
Okay, you will see.
You said you wanted Uganda.
I think they will not sit comfortably here in Uganda. I will tell you this.
The justification, he said, was to reverse British imperialism by giving Uganda back to ethnic Ugandans and to make the ordinary Uganda master of his own destiny. Priti Patel's family were among the 27,000 people who made use of their British citizenship and settled in the UK, eventually establishing a chain of successful newsagents. Like other minority groups of that era, they faced racism, they faced structural discrimination. But over time, Ugandan Asians established themselves in British society, so much so that today they are known as one of Britain's most successful minority communities. Patel was born in 1972 in London, and her family would be considered to be a modern migrant success story. In 2013, her father, Shashil, even stood for election as a UKIP councillor in Hertfordshire. In her own words, "My parents were kicked out of..."
So UKIP, of course, one of the fiercest anti-immigrant political groups to ever have been seen in Britain. So that in itself is interesting. Somehow feels like this new world is telling us you either live this way or you don't. You can't choose. That's an interesting take. Is that about, would you say that in reference to this video, Kiwi, or just in general? Is that a general observation?
Uganda. They came to the UK with nothing, worked hard and set up a successful shop business. There was a desire to work hard and to be successful so you didn't have to rely on anybody else. Coming from a country where you're persecuted means that you want to work hard and to contribute to the society where you end up. You become patriotic because you make your new country your home, and as a result, you live and play by its values. As we know, Patel was a prominent Brexiteer during the 2016 EU referendum, and last year she told the Daily Mail that what the British had done for Ugandan Asians had been phenomenal, and this was a strong reason why she felt that Britain could help those in Hong Kong, for example, protesting against increasing Chinese influence in the former British colony. She has also emphasised that post-Brexit, immigration to the UK should still occur, but through a points-based immigration system, by which people from across the world can demonstrate their skill set and their value.
We are fast-tracking and prioritising scientists and researchers, people that can come to our country and contribute. We've also announced a fast-track visa for people that want to come into the NHS as well.
It is a system that she readily admits would have excluded her own parents.
Boom. So there it is. There's the ultimate fact, right? We've already got the biggest revelation. The points-based system of immigration that she advocates for and wishes to bring in would have excluded her own parents from being able to come to the UK. Well, in general, but everything is related, I believe. Yeah, we're in a world of extremes, Kiwi. For sure.
There is a strongly held belief within this generation that when they came to the UK, they didn't have it easy. They worked hard to become a part of Britain and then valued what it gave them in return. More recently, the perception of immigrants to the UK, fostered by populist politicians and the right-wing media, is that they do not do this. Many now believe that immigrants from the EU and elsewhere have been allowed to come to Britain for an easy ride, and that this must stop.
But we literally got swamped by vast numbers of people, and our public services
who contribute to the economy, who pay their taxes.
Mostly no. Mostly no.
What do you mean mostly?
It is no surprise that Priti Patel's political hero...
It's an outright lie. EU immigration and EU immigrants contribute more in taxes over the course of their lifetime than the average Briton.
...is Margaret Thatcher, with her notorious bootstraps mentality.
From the very person who inspired me to join our party. A Conservative Prime Minister elected 40 years ago this year. Margaret Thatcher knew that if you...
Look at him. Look at him. Imagine idolising Thatcher. Somebody help me, I can't stop watching TikTok. So addictive though, isn't it? Just scroll, scroll, scroll. Same in the US, Ross Publica. Yeah. This.
But Patel's positions can't simply be explained by a Thatcherite belief in individual agency and hard work.
Trump certainly had his
Another more racialized
flair, didn't he?
There's a sense of
To say the least,
and loyalty
of anti-immigrant rhetoric.
idea of what Britain is.
People did just cheer Thatcher. Let's see that again. So much, they were so infused that they actually couldn't wait for a break in her speech to applaud. They actually interrupted her to cheer Thatcher.
40 years ago this year. Margaret Thatcher knew that if you...
But Patel's positions can't simply be explained by a Thatcherite belief in individual agency and hard work. There is also another more racialized element at play, and it's a sense of belonging and loyalty to a colonial idea of what Britain is. My father, whose family had been taken to Kenya from India to build the railways for the British, enjoyed growing up under British rule. In 2016, he voted to leave the EU, in part because Europe had never been part of his identity, whereas Britain very much is. He believes that over the past decades, the UK has been negatively impacted by immigration, something he links to its membership of the EU. For my father and many others of his generation, there was and is a distinction between immigrants from former colonies, their loyalty and the contribution they have made to Britain, and migrants from the EU who want to enjoy their freedom of movement.
I'm gonna be late now. Oh, look at this. Bloody paper complaining about immigration again.
I don't know why you buy that paper.
Because I agree with it. Too many bloody immigrants coming to this country.
You're an immigrant.
If anybody ever questions you on the contribution of EU immigrants to the UK, this is the study that I would recommend there. I've just linked it in the chat. Fuck all these people. Thatcher didn't even make it to hell because the devil couldn't stand the cold-hearted infernal bitch. Oh. What's a good book to read on Thatcher? I'm saying that as a librarian. I don't think I realised that you were a librarian, Surfer Girl. That's a fucking cool job. Book to read on Thatcher. I don't know, actually. I've never read a book about Margaret Thatcher. I've never been that masochistic. I think it's covered in Owen Jones's book, The Establishment and How They Get Away with It. Because it talks about, more generally, this idea of British neoliberalism and how Thatcher was the champion of that. Great work-life balance. Jealous? Although I do have a, I suppose, quite good work-life balance. According to Dante, Satan is frozen in place. I love that. Very cool job indeed. I wish they had the opportunity to do so. You want to be a librarian, Kiwi, but not great pay. Yes, okay. You gotta weigh it up. I may harbour some minor absolute disdain for Thatcher. I noticed. I mean, who doesn't? This book here. I'll grab the link for you.
Movement.
I'm gonna be late now. Oh, look at this. Bloody paper complaining about immigration again.
I don't know why you buy that paper.
Because I agree with it. Too many bloody immigrants coming to this country.
You're an immigrant, Dad?
I'm not an immigrant, sweetie. I've been here 30 years. Immigrants are the Eastern Europeans. Coming over here taking our jobs. Jobs meant for us Pakistanis.
Like my father, Priti Patel believes Britain's duty is to those who have earned it through a history of contribution and a willingness to pitch in. A great uncle of mine, who also voted for...
I could lose myself in the library until I sleep and forget about the job.
There, Indians...
Sadly, I'm made for something else. That's why I wish I could.
They were below their white...
Ooh, do tell, Kiwi.
The Kenyans, and in this way, their relative position...
Do tell.
Despite still facing racial discrimination. For many East Asian immigrants, life under the British wasn't too bad. And it is because of this that there is a feeling amongst a number of them that they're almost more British than the British, that they have bought into a belief about what it is to be British and live that ideal more than many native Britons do. It is this legacy of the stratification of the heart of empire, the creation of classifications for different groups of people, which still has consequences today. For some, this is evidence of a colonized mindset that Asian immigrants have been co-opted to the point that they can now turn the same distrust, prejudice and judgment they faced onto others coming to Britain today.
Right, so this is the take, as it were, right? So we've got the data. This is the take. The data showing that many Indian... Surfer Girl, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate that, mate. Thank you. The feeling that Indian immigrants have been so well assimilated into British society, which is a positive thing, to the point where they feel more British than the British. So that's the data. And now the take that she started on here is that this is a reason for why families of Indian immigrants would then feel like they can turn their back on EU immigration and people that are making the same journey in a sense, because they've co-opted this language that this far-right government that we have right now, increasingly far-right government that we have right now, uses. Okay, so that's the opinion. So we've got to see if we agree.
Classifications for different groups of people, which still has consequences today. For some, this is evidence of a colonized mindset that Asian immigrants have been co-opted to the point that they can now turn the same distrust, prejudice and judgment they faced onto others coming to Britain today. Priti Patel has talked openly about being called a Paki in the playground, about the hostility her parents faced as Asian shopkeepers, and suggestions that she take her husband's English surname to further her career. But she believes that expecting her to hold certain beliefs just because of her ethnic background is in itself racist, because it boxes her into having to be a certain type of minority and diminishes her agency as an individual with the right to think however she wants.
So when it comes to racism, sexism, tolerance or social justice, I will not take lectures from the other side of the house. I have already said repeatedly, there is no place for racism in our country or in society. And sadly, too many people are too willing, too casually, to dismiss the contributions of those who don't necessarily conform to preconceived views or ideas about how ethnic minorities should behave or think. This matter.
Sorry, I can't let it slide. So where's that statement again?
I have already said repeatedly, there is no place for racism in our country or in society.
Right, but let's take a look at her language when it comes to racism in the society, right? Priti Patel says fans have right to boo England team for gesture politics of taking the knee. Home Secretary dodges question on whether she would boo England team herself, but says fans have a choice. Football fans have the right to boo the England team for taking the knee. Oh, sorry folks. Football fans have a right to boo the England team for taking the knee in protest at racism, the Home Secretary said. Priti Patel said the anti-racism protest associated with the Black Lives Matter movement amounted to gesture politics and dodged a question about whether she would boo herself. There's an opportunity to say, I would stand with them, right? If they're protesting against racism, I would stand with them. You don't have to say that you'll take the knee. There's a clear opportunity there for this Home Secretary, who's so opposed to racism, to say, well, I would stand with them. She claims Black Lives Matter protests had a devastating impact and criticised the pulling down of the famous British statue of slave trader Edward Colston. I just don't support people participating in that type of gesture politics, she told broadcaster GB News. I don't support, so there's explicit opposition to the gesture of taking a knee in protest against racism. Not just lack of support, actual opposition. Patel said it was all well to support a cause and make your voices heard, but with regards to the Black Lives Matter protests that have taken place in the UK, the impact on policing, it was devastating. I just don't subscribe to this view that we should be rewriting our history, pulling down statues, the famous Colston statue and what's happened there. Toppling statues is not the answer. It's about learning from our past, learning from our history, and actually working together to drive the right outcome. And the Home Secretary declined to answer whether she would boo the England team herself. Asked whether England fans had a right to boo England's national team, she said, that's a choice for them, quite frankly. I've not gone to a football match to even contemplate that. Of course, you are forced to contemplate it. Even a slight interest in British politics around that time had you contemplating that question. So the idea that the Home Secretary, because she hasn't had time to go to a football match, hasn't been able to think about that is pretty ludicrous. Within hours, Downing Street had made clear that Boris Johnson disagrees with his Home Secretary. However, Number 10 said that Prime Ministers wanted to see fans cheering and not booing the team. Number 10 said. Just as a reminder for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, a minority of fans oppose England taking the knee to protest systemic racism and have been booing the team, including during their Euro 2020 opener against Croatia on Saturday. But this was the early days of the tournament, and much has happened since. I don't think we should have racism in society. Actively pushes against anti-racism activism and is rabidly anti-immigration. Exactly. Exactly. Has anyone asked her what she would be okay with? No. As a matter of fact. Mainly because in that interview, where she said that, she was being asked by GB News. I don't know, Surfer Girl, if you've seen any of GB News. It's a new Rupert Murdoch-backed channel, which has been posturing itself. No, you haven't. Yeah, it's been posturing itself as this independent free speech channel. But, of course, it's hosted predominantly by far-right / right-wing tabloid public figures. Ex-editor of The Sun, Nigel Farage now. And that's the team that was interviewing Patel when she said that about gesture politics. So there was never going to be a follow-up question. Certainly, she's definitely not going to do an interview with any journalists that will ask hard questions, I don't think, anytime soon. Another Murdoch mouthpiece, exactly. In control of all right-wing rhetoric in the country, more or less, in traditional media. Ross Publica, yeah, I know. Gesture politics. This reminds me of a white gay man who turned around and shit on other members of the queer community like trans people. Fuck you, I've got mine mentality, so fuck the rest of yous. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good take on that, I think. So they have an agenda. Well, shit. And they would scream to high heaven that they were just doing it in the interest of free speech, but it's not free speech when, and this is not an exaggeration, one of their presenters decided to, after reading the story about footballers taking the knee in protest, decided to take the knee during the segment, and of course was subsequently fired. Not so free speech.
And sadly, too many people
Not so free at all.
too willing, too casually, to dismiss the contributions of those who don't necessarily conform to preconceived views or ideas about how ethnic minorities should behave or think.
That preconceived notion, of course, is the idea that Patel has supported a policy which would have seen her own parents unable to have immigrated to UK.
This, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my view, is racist in
To a
itself.
certain degree, she is right. Race is not experienced by all ethnic minority people in the same way. But it is precisely for this reason that one might also expect the Home Secretary to have a broader understanding of the impact of her attitudes towards race and her policies on issues such as immigration on those who haven't enjoyed the same success that she has. Ultimately, what seems to be missing is the knowledge that we can be shaped so powerfully by complicated forces that they become limiting. For Priti Patel, the impact of this limitation extends far beyond herself to the country as a whole. This is why, when that photo emerged, it caused such a stir.
If I align myself with the oppressors, I'll get treated better.
In her own experience, that she
Yeah.
could not see
There must be a bit of that as well, I think. For sure.
of a senior politician passively watching over the arrest of a person of colour could be so damaging. And it's this image which offers an unflattering reflection of a Britain in which there are still good immigrants and bad immigrants, and a country still shaped by a past it would rather forget. While Priti Patel continues to serve as the ultimate example of the right type of immigrant, this story of colonialism will continue to play out, ultimately affecting us all.
I found that fucking fascinating, folks. I don't know about you. That was the kind of summary I was looking for on that subject. And at one point it looked like it was veering off into kind of opinion territory, and it did, certainly. But largely I agreed with that. I mean, the key point, right, was bear with me, I'll scroll through. Well, anyway, the key point for me was that she was supporting this points-based immigration system that would have meant that her own parents wouldn't have been able to migrate to the UK. And that is the definition of limiting. You've taken on so much information about anti-immigrant rhetoric that you actually allow it to... I don't know what the word for it would be. When you're willing to kind of accept a different version of history than your own. Even though this would have made my existence impossible, to a certain degree, or would have made my life as I know it now impossible, I support it wholeheartedly. How does one get to that place? The power of propaganda. Pick me, pick me. That's it. Which Tory's getting picked next? Complicit, exactly. And you know, certainly amongst ethnic minority communities, imagine the overwhelming feeling will be one of resentment because of that complicity. Because how do you get over that point? I don't know. Basically, we are all, you know, products of our experiences and the outside forces around us. Makes sense. Yeah, to the point where your own history, your own family's history, takes second place. Fucking fascinating. Really, really interesting. I like that Byline TV, by the way. I think they're cool. I saw a different video that was quite interesting. What was it? Sure, I've watched it on here. Oh yeah, it was the Johnson one, wasn't it? It's just a bit long, that was it. Oh no, it wasn't that long. I must have been impatient. So here we go. This is the kind of file that GB News is spewing. And for those of you that don't know much about Farage, this is also probably going to be quite a good explainer, I think. I haven't seen it, but it seems like it's gearing itself up to be. It could also just be that they know they wouldn't have been able to have their own experience if her own systems were implemented, but she doesn't care about those people because, as I said earlier, she's already got hers. Yeah, that's very true, I think, Hayley. You reminded me of a video that I saw about fucking fascinating video by Vice, which was a debate between Black Democrats and Black Republicans around, I want to say 2019, maybe 2018 actually. Yeah, I think 2018 because I think it was just before, about quite a while before lockdown. And there was one woman who was talking passionately from that perspective. I've worked for everything that I've got. Why can't other people do the same? Unable to see that she was a statistical anomaly. You know, it's very unlikely for most people in her situation. I can't remember the exact details, but I remember thinking that where you've got to in your life is unlikely. And for you to expect everybody else to be able to jump through those hoops, even though you know how hard that was and you know how much you were discriminated against. It's, I don't know what the word for it is. A complicit, or earlier. Ignorant, I suppose, as well. I got lucky, so all of you guys should too. Yeah. Exactly. People that think they're self-made don't understand how the word racism is being accepted and used daily. While we say the human race. Humans are one race, how there can be many races inside one doesn't make sense. The real word racism should be used between two different races, two different creatures at least, like humans and angels. Because angel is another race of animals. We can't be racist between us while we're all the same race. It's crazy wrong. I quite like that take, Kiwi. Humans and angels. I certainly wish that was how we used the word. But of course, racism is something that runs far deeper than that. Right back beyond any of the conversations that we have now. Beyond all of the systems that we know now. I think it goes beyond language. I do like that take. There's only one race, the human race. Even in video games, they tell you choose your race. It's orc, humans, or elves, or undead, and so on. Not like this. Yeah. Wouldn't that be great? Is this on my computer? Anybody else leave their like Velcro and shit that their computer comes with on their computer? Sorry, very distracted there. I'm like a fucking magpie. If I spot anything out of the corner of my eye, I just can't leave it alone. I like that take, Kiwi. You find me as well pondering what race I would be in a real life situation if I got to choose. Elf. Elves are cool. And they're hot as well. Go with elf. Race is a social construct that we made to devise each other. You're right that human beings materially or biologically are all one race. But humans aren't just their biology. It's the social structure and our surrounding conditions which breed this behaviour and the division. The social structure, our surrounding conditions. Yeah, I do mostly agree. We are, of course, different. I think, though, you know, we're definitely distinct from angels or fish. But yeah, we are different. That wasn't what you were saying, I've just realised. That's not what you were saying at all. But we aren't just our biology, right? Sorry, I thought you said we are all different. Which of course we are as well, in a sense. What's the expression I'm looking for? We have more in common than we have different, or something to that extent. I was not. I've gone off into my own tangent. But yeah, I agree. Definitely on surrounding conditions. That's why children don't know about race. That's why there's no racist toddlers, right? I'm sure you've all seen those cute videos. Also about conservatism. They say it's wrong and bad if we bring the change. Aren't we supposed to conserve it after? Yeah, conservatism is a hypocrisy in itself. They don't know what they believe, man. One thing I've learned about TTRPGs, like Pathfinder 2nd Edition, is that they're moving away from the concept of race and moving to words like origin and ancestry. And I do like that. Progressiveness in video games. It's certainly many of them very far behind. We're all different, but we're different in the way my royal python snake might be different to your royal python snake. They're still a royal python snake at the end of the day. That's a very good summary. You've said it better than me.
First online interaction with Andrew Neil was pretty combative. But when I appeared as a guest on his Sunday Politics...
Yeah, so Andrew Neil, ex-editor of The Spectator, was the first person to head up this GB News channel. They've already gone on holiday. Who knows whether or not that's something to do with something else, but he's gone. Nigel Farage has been swiftly flown in to take his place as the biggest mouth on GB News. Video games, it's a TTRPG. I'm going to Google that. I don't even know what that is.
He was polite and fair and even gave me the last word. Ideologically, we differ.
Oh, okay.
But Andrew Neil is...
World of Warcraft, is that no, not a World of Warcraft.
...forensic interviewer who can, when he wants to...
Warhammer. Warhammer, is that a TTRPG?
So it's a real discredit to your reputation, Andrew, and your career, that you so readily welcome Nigel Farage as a host on your new station, GB News.
Be unashamedly a patriotic television station. So I'll be here every night, taking on the tough stories of the day.
I did not see that coming. Talking of Nazis, one can perhaps forgive Nigel Farage's use.
Sorry, folks. I'm gonna turn this video up by like double. So I don't know if you want to turn down, because I've just realised the levels are way off. So apologies if you had to turn that up to hear it. Oh my gosh. They're Warhammer games. Yes and no, there are Warhammer TTRPGs, but there are also Warhammer War games, which are kind of different. The whole new world. I remember you telling me about it. As you can see, I didn't look into it enough afterwards.
As a host on your new station.
There used to be a Warhammer shop quite near me.
A patriotic television station.
My friend was really into it, and I nearly got into it.
The tough stories of the day.
I did not see that coming.
I think maybe because I had to buy all the stuff.
Talking of
I think that was probably my barrier at the time.
Nigel Farage's youthful support for the far right.
But it is fascinating.
Dulwich College, an English teacher tried to veto Farage's appointment to a prefect after colleagues complained that he was openly advocating for neo-fascism and singing Hitler Youth songs. It was reported by John Carlin in El País that he told a Jewish pupil Hitler was right. But that was a long time ago, and some contemporaries said he was just joking. Of course, in the 40 years since, Farage might well have changed his tune. But has he? During the Brexit referendum, Farage centred his campaign to leave the European Union on fear of non-EU migrants, and his notorious poster Breaking Point bore more than a passing resemblance to Nazi propaganda from the 1930s. Coincidence? Maybe. But the head of communication...
Holy shit, I didn't even realise that that was similar to that. Well, I hadn't even seen that poster before. I knew that it was racist vitriol, and obviously the race of these people has clearly been picked for this poster, as opposed to other pictures of migrants coming into the country. Although I don't even know if that was what this picture was. I think maybe the picture might have been something completely different as well. But I never knew about this. Holy fucking shit. What's a sad nerd noise, I wonder? There was a card and TTRPG shop right next to my comic shop. My nerd heart loved it. You don't need to buy anything if you know your way around the internet. Aha! I can teach you to play D&D and give you all the resources. No cost needed. I've never brought anything for D&D because I'm poor, but you know, eventually. How do you play it without stuff then? You play it like online, as it came into the 21st century and I just don't know about it. Not to insult Warhammer and games that are played on a tabletop, but you know, it's I'm sad, but in Klingon or Elvish or some other game language. Oh, fuck me. Oh, okay. We will all just forget that that happened, eh? Oh, shit. Elvish. Nobody else speak Elvish, no? Oh, you can play it all virtually, okay. All the books are on PDFs. I knew somebody, actually. I don't know if it was Warhammer, but somebody that I know made a lot of money out of publishing strategies about a tabletop game. I can't remember which one it was. But he had what's referred to in the marketing industry as a niche site, where it was all about this one game and all about strategies of this one game. I think he sold it eventually for a nice little tasty bit of money. One of us. Yikikak. Yikwak. That's the Elvish impression for you again. Jesus Christ. It was worse the second time, wasn't it? I wonder how things will be once the old generation will be gone. They're helping them die faster so they can deal with us directly. You've gone way into something else here. I wonder how things will be once the old generation will be gone. They're helping them die faster so they can deal with us directly. Fucking hell. Now that is a take. Killing off the old so they can deal with the young. Not too sure about that. Put it out there. It would probably be Warhammer Wargame. More oriented. TTRPG, specifically role-playing games, so strategy isn't that important. That's more strategy oriented. So it's going to be Wargame. Okay. So the other one's role-playing, so isn't that important? Yeah, I think I see Riverboat Jack playing Warhammer, the role-playing aspect of it, I think. How old are you, Sir Cody? Sir Cody, I like that. I think you must be around the 30s. Trying to guess. Imminently 30. I'm 30 in September. It's a good guess.
The Nazi propaganda.
Good guess.
1930s. Coincidence? Maybe. But the head of communications at the EVU campaign.
I like this guy. He's so coy.
Expressed admiration for Nazi.
Coincidence? Maybe.
The way they managed to do what they did.
Wow.
Farage himself was criticized by various Jewish groups for anti-Semitic dog whistles when he said that Americans should be more worried about the Jewish lobby than proven Russian interference. He has obsessed about the globalist power of Goldman Sachs and the Hungarian-born Jewish philanthropist George Soros he described as part of the biggest international collusion in history. Dog whistles. He turned up to praise Alternative for Deutschland, the AfD, a resurgent far-right party in Germany, and even got a standing ovation at their election rally. Is this really the kind of person you want representing GB News? Is this really the channel you want to be? Farage's Leave EU campaign also promoted doctored Russia Today, RT, footage from Egypt, suggesting Muslim men were attacking women in Europe. And as we know, Farage was often featured on RT.
My mummy says you hate foreigners.
No, little girl, no. His campaign founders had lots of meetings.
Fucking hell.
In the run-up to the referendum.
That's a beautiful little clip, isn't it?
Potential gold and diamond deals. So is this really GB News?
And I've got to go back to that point. Friend is doing a Warhammer 40k Warhammer Wargame tournament at the moment. They won both their past 2 games so far.
In the
nice.
referendum, where they discussed potential gold and diamond deals. So is this really GB News? Steve Bannon.
Is it all online or is it in person, Hayley? What was that little red hood? I know. What is this segment in general? What show is this?
Women in Europe. And as we know,
Sam Delaney's news thing. I'm going to Google it real quick. It's quite a good name though, Sam Delaney's news thing. I'm sure he's going to turn out to be a bastard, but a good name for his show. Was a weekly television programme produced by RT UK, presented by British journalist and broadcaster Sam Delaney. Right, but who's that? Written for The Guardian. Journalist, author, broadcaster. Alright, fuck it. He is a journalist. And that's all we know.
Farage was often featured on RT.
My mummy says you hate foreigners.
No, little girl, no.
His campaign founders had lots of meetings with in the run-up to the referendum, where they discussed potential gold and diamond deals. So is this really GB News? Steve Bannon, American Breitbart Supremo and Cambridge Analytica co-founder, was thanked by Farage for the success of his Brexit campaign.
Well done, Bannon. Well done, Breitbart. You helped with this hugely.
Yes, that's Steve Bannon, who published White Supremacists, who said that being called a racist was a badge of honour. They've been friends for years. Your new host, Nigel Farage, and the American, who called EDL founder Tommy Robinson the backbone of Britain. With all these foreign links, is this really GB News? Now, Farage may well deny his views are far right, but many of his allies are
doing it in person.
So. He has praised, shared platforms with, and retweeted some of the major figures of the alt-right.
Buy all the miniatures and holy fuck are they expensive. You have to paint them and everything.
An advocate for white nationalism who propagates the idea that black people have a lower IQ. Or
there should be some kind of
alt-right rebel media commentator,
affordable alternative, shouldn't there? Really, although I suppose
Nazi slogans, or Jack Bassett.
That would mean the people that made the figurines get less money. Is there any way around it? Probably not.
Hosting a prime time slot. He's never been trained as a journalist and shows no talents as an interviewer. He's never been elected as a British MP. What exactly are his qualifications to be your stand-in? And if it's his populist politics, then think again about where that leads, about what his associations say about you. Recently, you reflected on fascism and the Holocaust and stressed how your father had fought against the Nazis during the war. But how can you honour those principles and elevate Nigel Farage to the primetime slot? Nigel Farage, who reportedly once boasted his initials, NF, stood for National Front. Smuggling far-right views into the mainstream media? Is this what you want to be remembered for after a long and distinguished career? Or is this really what GB News is all about?
There you have it. It's quite interesting that he's pitched that as an appeal to Andrew Neil rather than just an expose of Nigel Farage. Neon Daydream, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you. This is why populism is a Pandora's box both sides should not touch. Good to see you. Absolutely. Populism. Flip a coin and you call heads and tails. Twisting in the wind for the sake of electorates. Games Workshop would probably throw a fit. They must make a killing off Warhammer stuff. Oh god, yeah, I can imagine. I don't know why I keep separating war and hammer. It's one word. Thought there was a lot of autocorrect happening. Byline videos. I'm a fan. Go and subscribe to Byline, folks. There's the link. Here we go. More of GB News.
Summer of 1940 climbed into a hurricane or a Spitfire to fight the Luftwaffe in the skies over England so Neil Oliver fans could cough on other people 80 years later and make them sick. To suggest otherwise, it's an insult. I want to talk about war, but first, let's talk about Neil Oliver. Neil Oliver is a TV historian with much nicer hair than mine. He used to make TV programmes about the British coast and Vikings who came over here with their longships, their Norse mythology and superior leatherwork. But in recent years, Neil has ploughed a rather different furrow. It's hard to put your finger on exactly where it all started, but in 2019 he was telling Lorraine Kelly that since Britain had existed for, quote, 1 million years and had been through all sorts of events like wars, civil wars, upheaval in the past, Brexit would be just fine long term. So we all needed to chill out and just be a bit more optimistic. When GB News was launched earlier this year, Neil was an early signing. In broadcasts since, he's taken to talking a lot about the war. Yes, he likes talking about the war. He's a big fan of the war and not so much of a fan of vaccinations and COVID. A few days ago, he conflated the two in spectacular style. I declare that I am a free man, he told the cameras dramatically, born into a country where
I was taught that my freedom had been won for me by men and women who had fought and died to make it so.
Robust stuff. Apparently, because Mr. Oliver was born just 22 years after the end of the war, near miss, he knew people who were there and has therefore got some kind of unique insight to events. But having banged on about the Nazis and birds who need to live in freedom, apparently, or something like that, Neil delivered his killer line. If my freedom means you might catch COVID from me,
then so be it. That's honestly how I see it.
So there you are. He then talked a bit more about the Battle of Britain and Spitfires and Winston Churchill, who it seems did all of that fighting so that Mr. Oliver could have the right to give us all COVID. And then his 5 minutes in the spotlight ends. Thankfully. Mine hasn't, because there's a lot to unpack there. But let's start with this thing about people fighting and dying in wars to protect Neil Oliver's right to give us all COVID. Both.
There's that. People use that shit for everything. You know? My grandparents fought in the war for me not to have to insert absolute abhorrent thing that comes out of this person's mouth. But here, my grandparents fought and died so that I don't have to not call you a racist slur. It's one of my least favourite, I think more than not, British defences against so-called political correctness. This idea that because somebody fought in a war, now you don't have to hold back screaming the N-word in someone's face. Fucking unrelated. People use it for everything. Triggered. Haley, I think Vague, that's ringing a bell for me, by the way, that Left Populist from Canada who streamed on Twitch. TTRPGs. You prefer video games, yeah? Video games. TTRPGs are my favourite video game. We reached a crazy level of division. The world was never divided like this before. Yet the best is to come. Like an old brother said, most of the people are aware that we're in deep shit. They don't know how deep the shit is. I like that. God bless your parents. What's that about? My family fought so I would not have to listen to Brits. Oh wait. Like literally. Eh? Cheeky bastard. Yeah, he was called Canadian Populist. Canadian Populist left. There you go. That makes sense.
Wars, but the Second World War in particular, have become something akin to a kind of religion in this country, barely a week goes by that someone isn't popping up to tell us that the hundreds of thousands of people who died in both wars and the millions of people who fought did so to protect our freedom or to give our kids the right to be bossed about by Nigel Farage. It's a lot of nonsense. The war was constantly invoked in Brexit. Apparently, it would have made the Spitfire pilots cry that we joined the EEC and EU, despite millions of veterans voting for just that in the 1975 referendum. In recent years, Winston Churchill in particular has become a sort of battleground, with the statue erected in his honour being weaponised by the Tory right and the likes of Boris Johnson to make some point about how we should all be proud of him because otherwise we aren't proper patriotic Britons and that we hate this country or some such nonsense like that. It's easy to invoke the war, particularly if you weren't there, because the imagery is familiar to everyone and the narrative has become, well, as I say, a faith. It's the trump card in the 21st century British political landscape, pulled out at whim to win arguments over membership of the EU or COVID-19 or the increasingly tedious culture war. Early on in the pandemic, ministers were forever invoking the Blitz spirit and Dunkirk, those twin sacred magic potions that run deep in the veins of the people of this island nation, apparently, and which Neil Oliver seemed to be summoning up in his very peculiar piece to camera. In the process, the actual history, the actual sequence of events, the actual sentiments of people who fought in both world wars gets brushed aside in an orgy of appropriation and cosplaying. There's too much to unpack in one go, but let's just cremate one dangerous and stupid notion, and it's the one Neil Oliver went on about.
Kiwi, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. I appreciate that.
People fought in World War II for your and my freedom. It's complete nonsense. Nobody in 1939 was talking about the freedom of people in 2021 to refuse vaccinations that would speed a pandemic to its end. Nobody in the summer of 1940 climbed into a Hurricane or a Spitfire to fight the Luftwaffe in the skies over England so that Neil Oliver fans could cough on other people 80 years later and make them sick. To suggest otherwise, it's an insult. And likewise, the million-odd men of the British Empire who died in World War I did not go to their muddy or violent ends in order to preserve the freedom of people 100 years later. That wasn't even at the bottom of their to-do list.
Can I just say that I fucking love this guy, by the way? This is my biggest takeaway from this. Time is letting me no choice. I have to move. I'm sorry I can't support Sokodi. I don't even own a credit card. I wish you all protection and safety in the UK and outside peace. Kiwi, I just thank you for joining us here. There is never any pressure for anything like that. So just thank you for joining. Thank you for the follow. And I hope you're all right as well. Take care of yourself.
They went in large part because they had been conditioned into believing that they needed to fight for king and country. And in large part, most
Peace out.
Probably didn't understand the complex geopolitical situation that had led to war. And in very large part, they went because they were told they had to go. Let's not forget that half of all the men who fought in the so-called Great War were conscripted. They were ordered to the front. It was such a scandal at the time that there were mass demonstrations against it in Trafalgar Square. But everybody seems to have forgotten that. This idea that everyone marched happily off to war between 1914 and 1918 is fake history. It's a myth. and it's every bit as big as the one that says that Winston Churchill was a man of the people who believed in freedom. You know, Winston Churchill, the freedom fighter who fought against the Nazis, also opposed Indian independence tooth and nail for 30 years. A lover of freedom he was not. He was a defender of the British Empire. We need to stop this war nonsense, this war obsession, and this war religion. And we need to hold politicians and the like of GB News to account for their ahistorical and frankly insulting takes on those events. There's a lot of guff written about the war, a lot of guff written about Blitz spirit. But what is true is that for the most part, people did come together out of desperation to fight the common enemy between 1939 and 1945. And even as they did, a lot of idiots moaned about it. They objected to the blackout restrictions that were there to protect them. They didn't like the smell of the gas masks, and so they refused to carry them around. They didn't like the rationing that was necessary to get the country through the war, and many got round it by going to the black market. An awful lot of people in Britain, particularly early on, didn't view Germany as the enemy. They wanted to appease the Nazis and just get on with their lives as Hitler ran riot on the continent. But you know, weirdly, the current crop of coronavirus collaborators don't make that point. They feel they're on the side of the people who fought the enemy, not the people who enabled the enemy. And as for the people who are spewing out misinformation and enabling the virus still and prolonging this disaster, well, you're not helping. You're not helping this country move forward. You're not helping things run to their end. Stick to the Vikings, Mr. Oliver. We liked it when you talked about the Vikings. And better still, you knew what you were talking about.
This guy's fucking great. I feel like this is marketed wrong, this video, because it's called GB News host goes on an unhinged rant, but in the middle of it, what you've got is this fucking incredible take, and so well articulated take, on the bullshit that is our continued idolization of World War II as some kind of, you know, absolute bastion of free speech, of all things. Never was it even part of the conversation that if we won the war, we could go back to being insulting to everybody else around us. It's a complete fucking red herring. It's absolute fucking propagandist bullshit. And I think that section of this video should be taken out and just should go fucking viral. There's the link to it. I think it's fantastic. I'm going to be sharing that everywhere. Sorry, I've cut off the end of it there. Churchill was an empire-loving prick, but he was also correct about rejecting the pacifism wave. The pacifism wave that was sweeping Britain at the time is a figure I have complex feelings on. Does not help that I'm Irish. It doesn't help at all. And yeah, I agree with you, Surfer Girl. I think nuance is good. I'm a fan of truth. I'm a fan of truth. I think never been. I mean, from a personal standpoint, I've never been particularly interested in trying to get to the crux of just how good a person Winston Churchill was. But I also agree that you need to take the good with the bad. or should I say the opposite? With a lot of things, you almost need to look at them in isolation. That said, I do think that he was an absolute monster, tantamount to the likes of Stalin, literally presiding over famine based on his disregard for a certain set of people. Ironic, considering, of course, his demonization of the people that he was going to war with. However, compartmentalizing that, he was, of course, instrumental. Many argue essential to the Allies winning the war, sorry. I suppose that's nuance. Suppose. When you can just look at it on paper, everything on paper needs to be linked. Less important the verdict that we come to about Churchill. How good is he? How bad is he? I suppose more important that we just look at everything for what it is. A lot of smart people and a lot of scared people in Britain wanted peace at any cost. Orwell was debating the need for war from a lefty perspective, running from college to college. Yeah, he certainly was. Of course, he had his own experiences of war that were very different. But yeah, you're right. Sorry, I cut off the end of this video. I think this is about where we were.
They didn't like the smell of the gas masks, and so they refused to carry them around. They didn't like the rationing that was necessary to get the country through the war, and many got round it by going to the black market. An awful lot of people in Britain, particularly early on, didn't view Germany as the enemy. They wanted to appease the Nazis and just get on with their lives as Hitler ran riot on the continent. But you know, weirdly, the current crop of coronavirus collaborators don't make that point. They feel they're on the side of the people who fought the enemy, not the people who enabled the enemy. And as for the people who are spewing out misinformation and enabling the virus,
Matt Malloy, how you doing?
Prolonging this disaster, well, you're not helping. You're not helping this country move forward. You're not helping things run to their end. Stick to the Vikings, Mr. Oliver. We liked it when you talked about the Vikings. And better still, you knew what you were talking about.
Oh, that was the end. What the fuck am I talking about, man? Jesus.
These dark times that we find ourselves in, it's all too easy to feel passive and disengaged and hopeless. But there is something you can do. If you like the sound of a fearless, independent media outlet, really trying to shine a light where the mainstream doesn't, then do sign up to Byline TV. You can hit the join button on YouTube or...
There you go, folks. Byline TV. Matt Malloy, I feel your rage or concern about that for sure. What will it take for some people to get vaccinated? I'm not sure where you are in the world, but certain parts of the world. We've got the problem here, and in the US there's a massive problem. They're calling it the pandemic of the unvaccinated. Yeah, Neon Daydream for sure. Orwell's writings on lefty-based nationalism are very interesting indeed. He had a fantastic take on fucking everything, Orwell. France had the right job till people rioted. Yeah, how did they handle that? I don't even fucking remember. Right, folks, for the last bit, I am gonna play a little bit of a game. Surfer Girl. Very, very good to see you. I hope work's alright. Thank you for modding. I appreciate it. Folks, go and give Surfer Girl a follow. You will have a very fucking good time on that stream. Believe me. Very based ideas. And very chilled, too. Folks, I'm gonna have a little game. Let's see if I can Hey Haley, welcome back. Alright. Let's see how my Volt's doing. As you can see, I've left it in an absolute fucking state. People are dying, people are sick. Someone's got to go down there and help her out. I've kept at it, but to be honest, oh yeah, there you go, she's dead. She's not going to do any better. Get down there and help her. Nobody's helping each other unless I tell them to. There's no initiative in this shelter. Here come. You're next door and you're not doing anything. Linked a good meme in Discord. Nice. I shall take a look. Folks, what are you doing? Use those kickers. Oh, you're back. Oh, fuck for that. Get down into that fucking kitchen and help them, will you? Ah, why can't I click on you? Get down there. Nightbot. Reading my mind as always. Folks, a while ago, Amazon bought Twitch. What that means is, anyone with an Amazon Prime account can now subscribe to this channel for absolutely nothing. You get one free subscription, and if you choose to, you can support this very channel. Just saying. Everyone's dead. At what point do I restart this whole fucking thing? Because I don't think it's really going to go anywhere from here. And slow stumble into authoritarian rule. People won't help themselves unless I order them. That's how it begins, isn't it? That's how it begins. The only thing worse than lazy workers is dissenters. This game's making me a bad person. I think I'm going to have to nuke the whole fucking thing. Unless I just wait for the next generation. You know? Get these two in that bedroom. Start filling up the shelter again. Really my only other option at this point. Because I mean, they're certainly not going to turn things around, are they? Look at this shit show. It's all their fault. I've got nothing to do with it. Do you know what, to be honest, I'm actually not massively into this vibe at the moment. I might go ahead and play something else. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to see what else I've got on here. Go, get rid of that. What's a few disappeared political dissidents between comrades? Exactly. You're learning. Sorry if this is perplexing for anybody, by the way. I've switched screens. Now this is chat for me now. This is my screen. Not a fan of the ending, but otherwise good me. Have a look at this. Get this up here. And mute that for a second. Guess you will get blasted with sound. I wouldn't want that. Oh, probably should have filled my screen with something there as well. There you go. You live and you learn. You live and you learn. Ross Diddy, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Hello over in the US of A. Right, folks. You ready? New game. New game. Yeah? What do we think of this? Huh? Bit of graft. Welcome to your new farm. Tend to your fields and invest the money earned in new tools. Exchange the crops for money at selling points and buy new fields to expand your farm. Yeah, go on, I'll get a getting started guide. Oh, thought this be a bit more interactive, but hey. I'll turn that down a bit, folks. Right. I like the idea of playing something like this, folks, because I can still chat to you all. Don't have to concentrate too hard on it. And if there's a subject, am I doing anything by driving through this field, I wonder? There's a subject that we've all got on our minds. We can have a discussion about it whilst having a bit of light entertainment. You feel me? Right, how do I plough this field now? Oh, got different vehicles, look. Oh, there you go. Ah, alright. That's how I get rid of my crops. Plough them, not get rid of them. Getting rid of anything, am I? Am I going faster than this, I wonder? Was I going faster before? I feel like I was. Maximum ploughing. Dan, you are the type of gamer I will never understand. I take that as a compliment. Care to elaborate? These crops have grown back like instantly. I've got a percentage, look, a percentage meter here. 55%, 54% crops. Wonder what happens when I get to 100. Is that me done for cropping? There's a much better farming simulator game than this. This one is free. Which is what attracted me to it. These sim games never appealed to me. But if it makes you happy, what it's all about. All games are free. Hey, the combine harvester is full. Put a trailer next to the harvester to empty it. Right, so that's my trailer, isn't it? This me and my trailer? Oh, yeah, there you go. If I back up into this, will it pick it up? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know where my fucking harvester is though. Oh, there you go. Ah. God, that is an awful camera system. Fucking hell. Hey, using your trailer you can either sell the grain at a selling point or store it in the storage silos. Cheers. Right, where am I going? Up there. Thank you. I support my anarchist brothers and sisters. Their online freedom of digital media services is praxis. Right. go, man. What now? Isn't that it? Hey! Is that it? Am I done? Oh, it's a shit game as well, isn't it? But I can read all your minds, and I know what you're thinking. Shit game, and I agree. I agree. Right. A while back, downloaded something that looked absolutely fucking crackers. Let's see if I can bring that up on the screen. Didn't do it last time. Oh. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Jokes aside, I lean towards the use of sites like Pirate Bay being a little unmoral, depending on what you were downloading. Sites like PSI Hub, Pirate Bay, but for academic research, are not just moral, but the future of information sharing. Chick who started it is based as fuck, young as fuck. Interesting. As long as it doesn't steal from publishers, because you know you got to get paid. Though I still use the Bay myself. Do you? I was getting that impression, funnily enough. No man is perfect, that's true. As we've seen with our take on Churchill there. Ah. One and done. There you go. Just like that. Over. Yeah? Shit. Right, so I can't take too long either, otherwise an eagle comes and gets me. That makes sense. Oh shit. Tell you what. small independent creators like artists or indie devs and such, I think it's dickish to pirate if you can pay for it. Cooperation or what have you. Go wild, mate. Yeah, I do agree. Do agree. Everyone needs to get paid. Oh, come on now. Fuck. This is a bit addictive. Oh, no. The constant threat of eagle is definitely something that makes this more fun. Shit. Ah! Shit. Frogger, that's what it is. I was trying to think earlier what it reminded me of. Chicken Frogger. Shit. Oh my god. Dr. Bwin. Thank you so much for the raid. How are we doing, folks? You've caught me in a moment of madness playing this game. How are you all doing? I'll just take a second here and say hi to you lovely folks. So Yogi1, how you doing? Dr. Bwin, thank you so much for the raid. How's your stream? 16 tones. Red Crochets, how you doing? We've got the Crochet Master in the house. Doing good. Got to run to an appointment. Catch you later. I hope all goes well. Thank you so much for the raid again. Very good to see you. Oh, what a follow-up I missed there. Minko B. Thank you very, very much for the follow. Raiders joining me. My name is Dan, and I am a primarily politics streamer. As you can see, I'm having a moment of madness playing this weird chicken-based crossing a road game. Shit, I've just realised why that's funny. You'll usually find me discussing a mixture of UK politics and geopolitics. Basically whatever's happening at the time. I enjoy a good conversation. I enjoy a good debate at times as well. And mostly what I'm looking for is to basically learn. Thank you very much for joining me. Let me get some beats on here. Here we are. Protect the king. Raiders, you are all sight for sore eyes. Thank you very much for joining. As you can see, I've picked up a new habit in this game. I only just started playing it. Crossy Road. I'm looking for the perfect game that I can play whilst I chat politics with you all, essentially. Now, this requires a little bit more concentration than that, so I don't know how good this one is for it. I may end up ditching it. But I'll tell you what, it's fucking fun. We're currently discussing the nature of downloading information resources. Is it ethical? How ethical is it if those resources are drafted over by a human being? Someone who's expecting payment? Then where do the ethics lie? Here's an extreme example for you. If somebody is unable to afford an educational resource and they can get it for free online, like a torrent site or something of that nature, is it right for them to steal it? Not pay the creator? Maybe then that becomes a whole other kind of argument. One of a maybe socialist nature. My friend has it on her Google device connected to her TV. What Crossy Road? God help her. It's maddening. Yes, Nightbot. Thank you very much for reminding me. Folks, this is a safe space for discussion. You will not be judged. You will not be attacked. You may be questioned. But this is a place where you can express your view. Oh, this is very difficult. 100% ethical. The system that causes the creator to need compensation is what is unethical. We shouldn't steal until that system has dismantled it, of course. I like that take, Red Crochets. I think I agree. And I suppose I've unfairly, in my structuring of the question, put the onus onto the creator, where in actuality it's on the system itself. Because yeah, the ideal is one where we can share information. I would put art into that same category as well, without the need for capitalist success, I suppose. Rather one which is based on our interests. Purely based on our interests. Yeah, there's a few games that have a same kind of concept. Right, got you. What? Ah, I think that was my best score yet. It's probably my worst. Educational information is different for me. It's not like the researchers or their colleges, other places making money off sites like Elsevier. In fact, they're the ones forced to pay. Not like the researchers, the places making money. In fact, they are the ones forced to pay. Right, okay, got you. So you're saying that it's kind of it's a bad deal anyway, that the people that make this content have got from the system that distributes it. Right? I understood that correctly? I pretty much agree with this. Kind of though, I think it's perfectly fine to steal from businesses or corporations, etc. If you're pirating from, say, an indie dev or stealing an independent creator's art, then it's dickish. But that's not to say that the people can't afford things, don't deserve nice things. Rather that the system we have puts us between a rock and a hard place, morally. Yeah, so you're putting the onus on the system as well. I think that's where it belongs. And we almost get to a kind of place similar to the conversation around tax, where our compassionate part of the argument lies with the biggest beneficiaries of the system, right? When we talk about tax, we're not thinking about people who are self-employed or quote-unquote mum and pop business. We're thinking about Apple, thinking about Google. I suppose this is kind of the same. In a sense. ABC is Australia's broadcasting channel. They've given their stuff. Education. Usage rights. I get you. I didn't know that. That's good. I like that. Maybe I'll keep that in mind for the stream as well. Yeah, drop a video in the Discord, Neon Daydream. There's a link for you there, folks. Got a little Discord for you. Political debates, conversations, 24/7. We're having them in there. They're juicy. You want to check it out? I'm telling you, it's kicking off. It's the place to be. Everyone's talking about it. I'll stop. Already posted it, nerd. Slow on the draw. I know you know, but not everybody knows about the Discord. Look at that. Oh. Have a few more goes. I want to beat this high score. I'm on 63. I think that's my high score. It doesn't say it anywhere, which is a bit annoying. Don't know what those coins do for me. Come on. This is the hard part. Crossing the rivers. Oh, what? What happened there? What the fuck was that? Would you deny a man his memes? Always. Always. What I like to do. What do these coins do for me? How does this work? What is this game? What is real life? Who should I vote for? Oh shit. I got across the river. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. Shit. Oh, why did I jump? Why did I jump? Never fucking learn. Goodness gracious me. One more. That's how it begins, isn't it, folks? Addiction. The worker should own the memes of production. I like that 16 tones. Five hours later. One more. Ye gads. Oh yeah. shit. Yeah. Ah. Oh fuck. Ah, look at that shit. Yeah. It's so loud, sorry folks. Fucking hell. 81. Oh, we've got a bot. Get out of here, bot. Bread Crochets, thank you very, very much for the follow. There's a Jack Nicholson for you. Apologies, I've got that alert set up a bit weird. Appreciate it, Bread Crochets. Well, folks, it's not going to get any better than that, is it? Let's be honest. 81. Leah, how you doing? Hate Boris Johnson, such a fucking knobhead and a fucking prick. Oh, sorry, I'm typing out loud. Typing out loud again. Told you about that. I will defend my memes to the death. Andrew Ryan promised me a place where the sweat of my brow would be mine. Goddamn mean. Theft is a crime. Meme theft. Theft of the memes. Think about that, folks. And just delete a window, just like that. Just like that. Without a care in the world. This is the society that we're living in. Think about that. Isn't that scary? Hey? Oh. Prank caller, prank caller. It's a bit behind the scenes, folks. There you go. Very unprofessional. You didn't see it. Just check I haven't doxed myself. No. I think we're all good. I think we're all right. Yeah. Yeah. All looks well. Metal Gear? It can't be. That could at least be a great alert. What, my Jack Nicholson? I'm a fan of it. In fact, you know what? Red Crochets, you deserve an actual follow alert. In full. There it is. There you go. Just imagine that says Bread Crochets. Roads Crosty. Let's go home, folks. I'm official friends with Brenda Fitz with someone as of last night. Good to hear it, Leah. Dan, would you kindly watch some memes? Since you've asked so nicely. Alright, we can do it. Became a mod for Crispy Concords. Also started calling scam numbers for fun. It's a pastime. 420 London, 69 Britbonger Lane. Trekkie, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Folks, if you like a good gaming session, check out Trekkie83. In fact, where are my manners? It's not the only lovely streamer we've got here. We have got the excellent, aced as a motherfucker, Bread Crochet. Check him out, folks. You won't regret it. Neon Daydream, alright, you go and get that coffee, my friend. Coffee is important. When we discuss subjects like this, coffee is fucking vital to our success. So Yogi One, I appreciate the clip. Thank you very much. Folks, I love it when y'all make clips of me. Especially when it's things out of context that could potentially get me cancelled. Those are my favourite. Let's have a look at this one. Clipped by the lovely Sir Yogi One. What have we got here? Hate Boris Johnson, such a fucking knobhead and a fucking prick. Oh, sorry, I'm typing out loud. Typing out loud again. Told you about that. I will defend my memes to the death. Andrew Ryan promised me a place where the sweat of my brow would be mine. Goddamn mean. Theft is a crime. Meme theft. Theft of the memes. Think about that, folks. This is very meta, isn't it? Hey? Very meta moment. Reki, you hit affiliate yesterday. Fucking congratulations, my friend. You deserve it. Oh, that makes me happy. Well done. Great stuff, Trekkie. Make sure to check memes. Alright, I've got a couple of memes to catch up with, haven't I? Few sound bites and that. A few sound bites indeed. Theft is a crime. Meme theft. Theft of the memes. Think about that, folks. Think about that, folks. Red Crochets, you are absolutely welcome. Thank you for the follow. Alright, what memes have you got for me, folks? Get in that Discord, folks. You like some spicy political content? My little community here? Place to be. Almost a Human, welcome to the Discord.
I can't get out of it. It's Phil Rosenthal. He just... What do you do? How many times can you say no?
You couldn't do the big goodbye.
I did the big goodbye. He saw right through it.
You know what I'll do? I'll call you in the middle of lunch. Say it's an emergency, you gotta go.
I did that the last time I had lunch with him.
Oh boy, that guy's relentless. We on for golf on Saturday?
Yeah, Arnie Norton asked if he could play.
I'm not playing with him. He's a Trump supporter. Never play with a Trump supporter.
Really?
See him around town with that hat. Make America great again. I don't need that crap. He makes me want to not be anywhere near him. I don't know. You can check with Carl, see if he wants to play.
I gotta go.
I love that. For those of you that don't know about the cult of Larry David, fucking hates people, will do anything to get away from them. So the idea that he can just wear a hat and people will be repulsed by him, fucking genius. What a discovery.
Oh, hello there. Hi, I'm Phil Rosenthal. I have a 12 o'clock.
Oh, yes, Mr. David's already here.
He is?
Yes, right this way.
Wow. Very impressive.
It was early.
Hey, Phil. Good to see you. Sit down, sit down. Boy, I'm so glad we did this. It was such a good idea. You were definitely right. I'm starving. I hope this place is good.
Yeah, it's great. It's a big portions on the food and everything. It's a fantastic place.
You know what else I've been thinking? Really thinking about this Ethiopia thing.
Yeah, actually, I heard that we have some budget cuts and Ethiopia is a little expensive to shoot in.
Wasn't that one of the shithole countries? I can't remember if that was...
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. My son's...
Sorry, folks. It's the sound of my coffee splashing around.
I gotta get him. I gotta go get him.
Really?
Yeah, no, really.
Let's send an Uber or something.
He needs to see me because he has a little anxiety.
No, you know what, Phil?
No, we'll something.
Will something. Yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm's still going. Goddamn right.
Arigato.
Yes.
Arigato.
All right, 2 seats at the sushi.
Finest of comedy. Still Yogi one.
You know what? Actually, I think we'd prefer to sit at a table, please.
Sad. Very sad. Sad.
What the fuck are you doing?
Oh,
Motherfucker, what the fuck? What are you trying to do, man? What the fuck are you doing?
God.
You little fucker!
I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
What the fuck?
I'm so
I had to
sorry,
rip
I
you
didn't
out of
see
that
you.
fucking car! You little shit!
I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Just be more careful next time, okay?
So, what's going on? What are you doing here? You haven't been here in a year.
What the fuck is going on with you?
What are you talking about?
You're wearing a MAGA hat at a sushi restaurant? Is it true?
Well, I did have the hat on, yeah.
What are you, pro-Trump?
No. Look, I got this idea to wear that hat so I wouldn't have to have lunch with Phil Rosenthal, and it worked like a charm. He saw me in the hat and he left the restaurant. It was amazing. And
I'm not surprised.
you know what? It's really coming in handy.
Yeah, because no one's going to want to be anywhere near you.
Exactly. It's a great people repellent. You know, look, when you're a celebrity, you can do anything you want. You can grab them by the pussy.
What did you say? What? Why are you wearing a bathrobe? And that hat?
You're...
Oh my God, you're friends with that monster?
No, I'm...
No.
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 I
I'm getting a lawyer.
No, what? Hey, what? No, I'm in the bathrobe because your fucking dog got hair all over my cereal bowl, and that's not Weinstein.
Fucking brilliant. Oh, I love him. I absolutely love him. As an introvert, I may have been tempted myself. I love that idea. If it did work that well, of course it wouldn't. See the hat and you get scared. Yeah, MAGA. Bikers tend to actually be really cool and nice people, but that is funny. Yeah, it's a false stereotype. The angry biker. Bikers, metalheads, punks. Some of the nicest people you ever meet. I don't say that with any irony, by the way, folks. None at all. Leah, don't you worry, all in good time. Depends on the group in my experience. Most are just duders who like bikes and the culture. We had a gang where I studied for college. Were they Hell's Angels? Ending I don't like, but the rest is good. All those dudes broke kneecaps. And those dudes broke kneecaps. All those dudes broke kneecaps. All those dudes broke kneecaps. Bosch being a pedo for 1 minute and 40. I'm not going to watch that because I only recently realised that he's a Twitch streamer, and take issue with this policy if you want, folks. I've decided to make it a policy of mine. In fact, I decided a long time ago not to take the piss out of other streamers. I think it's in bad taste. And I didn't realise he wasn't. I didn't realise he was a Twitch streamer before. I saw people talking about Vosh, and I was like, oh yeah, you know, it sounds like a bit, you know, all of this. And then when I saw he was a Twitch streamer, I was like, ah. Why? I suppose it's bad sport, I suppose is the way I would put it. Anyway, I won't linger on it. But Haley, I feel like you're probably on my wavelength. Yeah. Yeah. Cringe is too powerful in Curb. Red Crochets, are you one of the people that can't do cringe? Are you allergic to cringe?
If you're like me, you find it very hard to keep your dick dry.
I remember this.
I left my dick unprotected, and it was warped out of shape in no time. I could barely recognise my own dick. Imagine that. Then I discovered Schaefer's New Zealand style dick sealant. The best way to take care of your dick in 3 easy steps. First, wash your dick with soap and water. Then, wait for your dick to dry. Once your dick is clean and dry, paint your dick with Schaefer's dick sealant. I used to be too embarrassed to invite people over to see my dick. But now, my dick's the talk of the town. I even have pictures of my dick.
For a small college town city, the place I studied had a group of skinheads and a bike gang. Welcome to the Emerald Isle.
After all, summertime is all about spending time on your dick. I'll often have 20 to 30 people on my dick at once. That can really...
This is a real product.
Cause
is it?
Dick splinters and discoloration. But with Schaefer's dick sealant, my dick stays a nice golden brown colour. Who wouldn't want a golden dick?
Not, is it?
I never let children anywhere near my dick. My dick was too dangerous for cods to play on. But it seems like every cod in the neighbourhood's been on my dick this summer, and they've all had a good time. My dick's over...
No, it's not.
But it looks brand new. That's part of the reason all my neighbours are jealous of my dick. Isn't that right?
I can't find it anyway.
You've got a nice dick, okay? His wife is always on my dick, begging me to know the secret of my perfect dick. If you like Schaefer's dick sealant, check out Schaefer's New Zealand style cock. I had a huge hole in my dick, but I fixed it by jamming some cock in it. You'd be surprised how many things you can fix by jamming cock into them. Have an extra large hole in your dick? Try Schaefer's African style cock. Just go to your local home improvement store and ask for the big black cock. Schaefer's New Zealand style.
Ooh, wow, that took a turn.
On your penis. There's also a...
Anyway, moving on. Because shapehead suits me. The fuck I'm risking getting associated with skinheads. That's the problem with shaving your head. You'd be unfairly thrown in with the people that have chosen the style because of fascism.
Get it, yeah. What the fuck he doing, yeah. Boop, boop, beat his ass, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I was going to say so, Yogi One. Gonna say. Skinheads used to be like anti-racist punk types, but it kind of got co-opted by fascists. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Which is why it's difficult to be a punk. It's hard to be a punk.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray.
Wait. Professor, race is a social construct. Doctor, great, then we can give you an organ donation from a different race. Professor, hell no, that's just something I said, so I can get paid. What an extreme and misguided example.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray. The day you walked away, you were the clock that was ticking in my home.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I like that. Never heard of that guy. Stefan Molyneux. Sure, that's not. I'm confident that's how I pronounce it. Confident that's not how to pronounce it. There you go, folks. It's the kind of content that I'm talking about in the Discord. More or less. Spicy ass memes.
I want some cheeseburgers just to eat. I'm talking ketchup, my nigga mustard on the beat. You gotta put a lot of lettuce, please, because I like to have a lot of grease. I remember eating outside with my whole team. Now a nigga gotta stay home cause of quarantine. I want tuna chickens and fries.
Right.
You look broke like my fries, you looking salty.
What else you got?
Make the Oreo drip drip. Straight up.
USB cord is plugged to my microphone. I'm gonna talk to the power. I can't pay electric bill.
Just remember, folks, there's a politics Discord. There's a time for abstract. Of course. It's pronounced Stefan Nazi Eugenics Egg Obsessor. Nazi Eugenics as Egg Obsessor. Nazi Eugenics Egg Obsessor. Nazi Eugenics Egg Obsessor. Got it. Nailed it. Nailed it. There you go. I know, Leia. I know. Spicy as fuck. There you go.
Apartheid, where every life matters if you're of the correct ethnic religious category. And our military is working overtime defending your apartheid with a simple and effective strategy. If we kill their families, that will frighten them. We've killed an average...
Folks, I'll leave you with this. I'm just going to go and grab myself a glass of water real quick.
More than 1,500 of their children since the year 2000.
I am thirsty.
May 15th, we shot down 2 of their teenagers in the West Bank on video. And when they responded by killing 3 of us, we killed a bunch more of them, including 1 burned alive, and arrested hundreds and demolished homes and beat up their children on video. When they retaliated with some rockets from Gaza, that gave us the reason we were looking for to launch Operation Protective Edge and give them a really close shave. But we don't need a reason. We don't wait for them to attack. We've been launching airstrikes in Gaza since April. We're proactive, and we don't let ceasefires get in our way, because truces are for them, not for us. We're not just protecting apartheid, we're building community, bringing people together to express their shared values and providing free entertainment along the way. With our high-precision instruments, we can even target boys playing on a beach or people watching the World Cup in a cafe. This is not a war. In a war, we might get hurt. This is just a series of surgical assassinations with highly precise collateral damage, and no matter what we do, they started it by retaliating to our airstrikes with rocket fire. Remember, as the Israeli Defense Forces say, Israel left the Gaza Strip completely in the August 2005 disengagement. But they're being modest. We didn't leave Gaza. We moved 8,000 Israeli settlers out while we moved 14,000 into the West Bank. But when we redeployed our soldiers to the borders of Gaza, we maintained our ongoing control of Gaza's borders, seacoast, airspace, water, electricity, imports, exports, and even their food calorie intake. In fact, under international law, Gaza is still occupied by us, ending the occupation of Gaza without ending the occupation of Gaza. If If even a boat tries to break the siege or bring in humanitarian aid, we attack the boat and tell everyone it was full of terrorists with terrorist weapons like metal sticks and pocket knives and binoculars. We've made Gaza an open-air prison to keep your apartheid safe, and it works so well we're thinking of a similar arrangement for the West Bank. As Bibi says, there cannot be a situation under any agreement in which we relinquish security control of the territory west of the River Jordan. Sure, they complain and resist sometimes, but managing apartheid means mowing the grass once in a while, and if we create what we call our map of pain, pretty soon it's business as usual. Killing families to protect your apartheid and getting away with it over and over and over and over again.
Dead air. Dead air. Shit. 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 Stop it. Sorry, folks. Apologies. We're okay. We're alright. I got myself a water, and then I thought, do you know what, I could use a quick wee. And then I thought, do you know what, I could use a little snack. So I've got myself some House of Fudge. Have you ever thought, I could use some fudge? Can you imagine? I'd love to be sponsored by House of Fudge. Maybe someday. 5 seconds of dead air, unfollowed, reported. And then it's how it starts. Just like that. Dream dies. Breaking your fast, you degenerate. Stop teasing me. I know, you can do it at 4? I always forget Neon Daydream. Always forget. What time is it? I'm intermittent fasting, folks. For me, that means that I only eat between 12 o'clock and 8 o'clock. Right. What we're going to do, folks, we're going to play a bit of Wikipedia game. Thank you very much for dropping the memes. I will, I'll get to them on the next stream, and I'll enjoy myself in the meantime. So I appreciate you sharing it. Folks, if you want to drop some more, get it in that Discord. Ozymandias Visage, how are you doing, my friend? Good to see you. All caps is alright for a Ola, I think. Right. The Wikipedia game, for those of you that don't know, is a... Oh, I nearly created an echo there. Do you see that? I'm going to mute that just in case. It is a game where one of you lovely folks picks a page on Wikipedia and then picks a destination page for me to find using only the internal links. And me and the lovely Entrama had a fantastic time playing this the other day. I absolutely schooled him. I'm not afraid to say. I mean, quite shortly afterwards we played GeoGuessr and he absolutely fucking owned me at that. But forget about that part, because in the Wikipedia game I was on absolute top form. So you can take a look here. I think we ended up 3-2, which is a nice little victory. I'm happy with that. And here's an example of one of those rounds, so you can see what we're about to have a play of. Intermittent fasting sounds like an interesting diet. Did I say that? Did I say that accidentally? That'd be quite funny if I did. Intermittent folks, just in case I did. Mute?
A lot easier then. Okay.
Oh, it's a start point. Oh yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah. So what's the other one? It was
Socialist Quebec through violent means. Okay, all right. So in this one, folks, we're going from D.B. Cooper.
Here's the page.
Who was is a still unidentified man that hijacked a plane.
Right.
To the Front de Libération de Québec.
Take a good look. Okay, good enough. Good enough.
No sex for you.
You ready?
Let's do this. I'm ready.
Right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Just to point out, folks, I did mean intermittent fasting. I didn't mean intimate fasting. There's a lot of accusations flying around, but I just want to clear my name. I'm not a pervert. I'm not some kind of... That's what a pervert would say. I hear you scream at your screens. And have a bit of fudge.
Oh.
Okay. Have a look at this while I eat a bit of fudge.
Oh my god, come on. Give me the goddamn countries. Jesus Christ. No. I'm not trying to get a... God damn it. Here we go. Come on. There we go.
Where are... Okay. I've gone way off.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, here we go. You see the concentration on my face there? You just feel that tension.
Give me the frickin' provinces. Oh my god. Here we go. Geography.
Give me the frickin' provinces.
No, I don't want the biodiversity. As interesting as that is, normally.
It's like
Jesus Christ.
It's like when
Wait.
Joe Rogan and his mate are commenting on like a really intense UFC match. This is the kind of quality content that you're getting from me and Entrama here. I think you'll agree it's exactly the same level of quality. Just real in-depth analysis. Yes. Okay. Feel that tension in the air. Hockey puck, I would never cheat. So there you go. Entrama's find himself onto the government and politics of Quebec already.
Thank you. Provinces and territories. This is not that hard.
Oh no, sorry, that's me. That's me.
No, I don't. Oh my god, not the regions, dude.
Entrama's lost in the provinces and territories of Canada, I think.
Jesus Christ. What is this? Eastern Canada?
I've already found myself onto the politics of Quebec.
Thank you.
I'm nearly there. Very nearly there. Front de Libération.
Oh god.
Oh, I know I'm close. Come on. You already prepared, are you, Haley? Yeah. Right.
What? Oh, damn it.
Neon Daydream. Always a pleasure, my friend. Take it easy. Hope you have a good time, whatever you're doing. Got it. Enjoy breaking that fast.
I was so close.
By the sounds of it, we both got there very quickly. And then, like, it took us both ages to get there.
Yeah. I don't know if I go to this. Well,
You on this?
Yeah.
On this? Take it. KK DIY, how you doing? Summer in the UK is all over the fucking shop. Torrential rain and then heat wave. Sorry about that, folks. That's not what you tune in for, is it? Jordan Walker, how you doing, my friend? You love Keir Starmer. I'll tell you what, you're one of the first people in the chat to express that point of view. It's good to have that side of the argument. Because I like him. I like him. Great humanitarian lawyer. Very, very intelligent man. This is embarrassing. P.S. I don't love Keir Starmer. My girlfriend typed it because she knows I'm a Tory. It led me in. Only to break my fucking heart. You know what? That's a ban. Imagine. We had 2288C here the other day, and it's supposed to be winter, 28C. Winter's never coming. Climate change has put a stop to all of that. My keyboard needs battery charge. Doing that thing where it doesn't pick up the... Why'd you swallow the fudge? It was still edible by me. Right. So there you go, folks. That's the Wikipedia game. That's what we're going to play now in single player mode. Right, so what I like to do is I'm going to choose a random... Well, Nightbot is going to choose a random person from the chat who will pick my starting page, and then somebody else will pick my destination page. If you would like to be involved, for a chance to win, I think you're just going to have to put something in chat. Just put bleh. Test A 1, 2, 3, anything in chat, I think, for Nightbot to pick you up. I'll give you a minute to do that. Folks, by the way, that notification, pull up, that you can hear going off is the Discord. Get yourself in the Discord. If you want to share some links to some spicy memes, to some shit that you'd like me to watch, to read, get it in there, folks. I'll be sure to take a look at my earliest convenience. Folks, by the way, when I say put something in chat, you only have to do it if you're not already in chat. I appreciate the dedication. Alright, who have we got? That's long enough. Choose our starting page. Jordan. Where shall I start from? Any topic, anything you like. It could be My Left Foot starring Daniel Day-Lewis, or it could be The Rise of Fascism in Europe. I don't actually know if that's a page. Let's have a look. I don't have it now, but actually you can. Not how you spell fascism, Daniel. The page for fascism in Europe. Neo-fascism. Does it have to be a certain thing or anything? Anything at all. Anything at all. Whatever you like. If it's good, you can have this piece of fudge. For absolutely nothing. All yours. Look at it. Crumbly, delicious fudge. All yours. Honey mustard. Is it a page? Gotta be a page. It's a page within a page, unfortunately. You can do mustard. Do you want me to do mustard? You're really making me want that fudge. Good fudge. I'll have a little chew on it while mustard it is, yeah? Alrighty. Thank you very much, Jordan. And who is picking our destination page? Leah, you're up. Where am I going? Anything you want. It's a page within a page. You want this? Yeah, okay. Right then, folks. The Wikipedia game. I will be making my way from mustard to neurogastroenterology and motility using only internal links. Let's just take a look what it is. Bi-monthly peer-reviewed medical journal covering gastroenterology and gastro. Alright. This seems like it's going to take me a while, folks. How many clicks? Let's see. I feel like my record is something like 5 before. That's on a really fucking good day. But a topic like this, ooh, this feels like a 20, to be honest with you. But can I cut the mustard? Let's see. Okay. All right. Antibacterial. Seems like maybe a good place to start. Ooh. Antibiotic. Sorry. How they work. I'm thinking like how they work in your gut. And get to gut. Oh, I know. I want probiotic, which works in your gut, doesn't it? Gastric juices. That was lucky, wasn't it? You guessed 36 links. Ye of little faith. I'm already at gastric acid. Anyone else here? Crickets. Sir Yogi won. I'm not even going to address that comment. This is the third click, folks. Or is it the second click? Antibiotic. Mustard, antibiotic. Gastric acid is my second click. Here we go. Ooh, now you see if I take the wrong turn here, you get thrown completely off. Gastrin levels. Ooh. Gastric lumen. I don't know what that is. Rolling disease. Gastritis. Here we go. Here we go. Fourth click. Ooh. Gastroenterology. Right. This is interesting because this isn't the page that I got before. And I was looking for it. Because you said neurogastroenterology. Right, so I need to get to neurogastroenterology. Right. Versa, how you doing? Guess who's back? Versa's back. Versa. Yeah, neurogastroenterology, which is different, isn't it? Not sure how, and I probably should have read a bit more about how as well. You've picked a good one, Leah, I'll tell you that. Ah. 5 motherfucking clicks. Pew, 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 pew. 5 motherfuckers. Look at that. No, it's 6, wasn't it? Was it 6? 1. Antibiotic. Gastric acid. Gastrin. Gastritis. Gastroenterology. 6. Exactly, Versa. Speed ran that shit. I like that. Alright. Who's next? Again, folks, this is the Wikipedia game for those of you that just joined. Finding my way from one page on the internet, on Wikipedia, sorry, on the internet. One page on Wikipedia to another page on Wikipedia using just the links. I pick at random using the winner command. So if you want a chance for me to pick you out, put something in chat. If you put something in chat already, you don't have to worry. But I think you need to have been saying something in chat to be picked up. So I'll give you a second to do that. You were thinking 15 attempts. You have little faith, so Yogi won. Absolutely smashed that. Something in chat. Alright, who we got? Sir Yogi 1. You're up. You can try and make me struggle and get to 15. Then now's your chance. Where am I starting from? Oh, Haley. Leah, I see you. Posting those memes. Melastoma. I know this one. Have you done this one before? Or do I just know what it is? It's a genus in the family Melastomataceae. It has over 100 species and is distributed around Southeast Asia, India, north to Japan, south to Australia, and the Pacific Islands. Alright, good starting point. Now, who's choosing our destination? It's me! Brilliant. Versa. You're up. Choose my destination. Oh, you've got yourself some melasoma, have you? Nice. Look at that. Lovely plant. Have a think. Have a little think while I eat a piece of fudge. Got some more fudge porn, people. There you go. Bit of fudge porn for you. There you go. When it focuses. God, what an epic fail. Alright, go fuck yourself. I'm going to choose the weirdest shite. Go for it. Them's fighting words. I have a good one. I have a good one. If I get it, I want it to be the destination. They look identical to Tibutia trees. But you can eat these. You can eat these! Beautiful and delicious. National Bolshevism. Challenge accepted. Goblin Toes, how you doing? Sorry. Sorry about that. How you doing, Goblin Toes? You well? Leah, I saw it. I saw it. EFP. What's that now? The topics today, Goblin Toes. Well, we've been all over the shop. It talks a lot about COVID around the world. And then we honed in on far-right media. Now we're playing a little bit of the Wikipedia game. So I need to go from melastoma to, what was it, Versa? National Bolshevism. Okay. Alright. How am I going to do this? Alright, let's do it. Let's have a go. tempted to go to India. No. Southeast Asia, of course. What am I talking about? I think you think this is going to be harder than it is. I think it might be low-key really easy. Because all I've got to do now is basically, once I get to China, I'm close, and I not that China is national Bolshevist. Oh, come on, for fuck's sake. This is my second click, by the way, folks. We're on click 2. I already feel warm. How does it not say China in the first fucking paragraph of this? There's no internal link for China there. It's not fair. Come on. Oh, come on. What are you doing? Metropolitan areas of Asia? I shouldn't have to do this. That should have had a link to China in there. Not right that it didn't. Guangdong. Okay, maybe I can go politics from here. No, that's a bit of a red herring. Alright, China. We're finally on China after 5 fucking clicks. Shouldn't have taken that long. No, Haley, I know that. I think you'll agree that it's fair for me to say that I'm close. If I need to find Bolshevism, China's my best bet that I've got. Is from here I can jump into. Should we go the scenic route? Is there going to be a quicker way? Let's go. I wanted to find communism itself, but we'll just go with the party for now. It's the long way around, but Alright, we'll go. Because I wanted to get near Soviet Union, obviously. I was kind of thinking that I'd have more luck going the kind of general communism route and then in. But to be honest, now I think about it, it's probably just better to go from Soviet Union and go that way. If I can find a page, if I can find the Bolshevism page itself, got Bolshevik, I got the ism, fine. I think this is about age, click 8, 9 at this point. I don't think I'm doing it particularly quick. Does China have democratic centralism? I don't know what centralism is. I must be honest, I don't know what that word necessarily means. I mean, you've heard. You know. I don't know if that can be described as that. China would argue that it's perfectly democratic. Disclaimer, disclaimer. Communism has to do with economics. Absolutely. I'm a Leninist now, so I guess I qualify as a tanky. Not an ML, by the way. I hate labels, though. Rip off that label, then, Versa. If you don't like the label, don't let yourself be labelled. Alright, I've got to be close. I'm on Bolshevism. Surely. I'm only one click away. It was modern, wasn't it? It looked modern. Quite modern. I can tell you that all Marxist-Leninist states, China included, have the government structure of the Soviet 1936 USSR constitution / serverless / socialist democracy with some variations. Alright, noted. But as not all MLs are tankies, despite what I've said in the recent past. My opinions have changed a bit. Tanky a meaningless word at this point. True. Yeah, everything's a broad church, ain't it, folks? All this believe that, all this people believe that, is kind of, it's misleading. We shouldn't go down that route. No matter what party you find yourself in, no matter what ideology you find yourself in, not everyone's going to agree. Labels are useful for some things, but I find them loosely useful, I suppose. How have I not found this yet, folks? I've literally been scrolling back and forth across the Bolshevism page, and you're telling me that I'm not going to find National Bolshevism here. Nationalist Bolshevism. Variants? Oh, fuck. Oh, bollocks. This has gone down the wrong path, hasn't it? Ugh. Alright, Versa, fair play. This is a tough one. Problem is I can't go back. So, now I'm in a particularly tight spot. Oof. Fucking hell. Alright, Eurocommunism. Oh, I'm stuck, you know. I'd expect it to be in this little list here. It's not. Do you know what I'm going to do? I need to find myself back to the main communism page. Because on the page itself it said it's a like either nationalist or far right version of communism. It said that specifically, right? So here we go. And this is like click 14, by the way, folks. I'm well aware of that. What happens if you fail? You bloody wish. Girlfriend walks in and I'm half naked, talking about communism. What? No, I was just I didn't think any possible explanation could be found. Yeah, sure, you were playing the Wikipedia game. Gotta be in here somewhere. Isn't it? Ooh, history of communism? If that goes up to present day... Is it modern? You're not going to find National Bolshevism on the communism page. Oh well, that means you might actually, never mind. Is it modern, folks? I want to know if it's modern because it is modern. Okay, thank you, Versa. That's my first and last clue that I'll take, right? That's all I need. Because then if it's modern, I can kind of... Left council communism, libertarian Marxism, Eurocommunism. We've done that, haven't we? Where's the list? Oh, bloody hell. Post-Soviet communism. Should be all sorts in here. Ooh, hang on. Do they have national parliamentary representation? Probably not. So I'm not going to go on list of anti-capitalist and communist parties with national parliamentary representation. God. List of communist ideologies. That didn't have it though, did it? I don't think. Weirdly. I have given up before. I think once. Shit. Shit. Bollocks. Alright, where was that list? For God's sake. Let me jump into that again. Oh, where was it? It was... Bet it's in here somewhere. But, folks, for the record, I can't use Control F. I've decided that would be too easy. Decided that a long time ago. So now all there's left to do is run around. No, it's not going to be represented in the European Parliament, is it? So... Oh, fuck. Wait, alright. Revolutionary Communist Party. split from Communist Party. Oh, fuck of Argentina. I just want a general Communist Party. A Communist Party, right? Communist parties. This must have it. Okay? List of Communist parties. Thank you. Oh, Christ. Okay. Alright, folks. Think you'll deem it fair enough that rather than scroll through this entire list of communist parties, I think we'll accept that I'm there. So I'm going to use Control F. I know. Says he never uses Control F, immediately uses Control F. But in the interest of all our time, let's do it. What the fuck? I'm sorry, what the fuck? It's not in here. Versa, what was it called? Oh, fucking hell, you hinted me at Russia like ages ago. God damn. Oh, fucking Bolshevism. I keep forgetting about that bit. God damn it. Alright, I give up. I give up. It's not in here. I don't know why it's not in here. I've given up, folks. It's happened again. This will be the last time. Oh. Okay. Not to be confused with national communism. A radical political movement that combines extreme nationalism and communism. Right, so it was never going to be on the list of communist parties because it's not a communist party. Well, there you have it, folks. There you bloody have it. It's happened again. I've given up. I'm sorry it had to happen this way. I wanted it as much as you. But you know, these things happen in life. I move forward. It's cute that Dan thinks Nazbal's a communist. Well, don't take it from me. Combines extreme nationalism and communism. Regardless, it's fascist ideology. I'm sure you'll agree. You can be fascist, communist. Depends what side of the bed you wake up on. That's Stalin. Could do anything. Hello, my friend. How you doing? Cool hair. Thank you. Needs another trim. It's growing very fast. We found Strasserism through the Nazis. I don't know what that is. I wouldn't have got there. Have a look. Strasserism. Strand of Nazism that calls for a more radical mass action worker form based of Nazism. Yeah. Makes sense that it's there. I'd smash young Stalin. I hear a lot of that. You can be fascist and communist. You can. Hang on, I'm just going to get a glass of water. Oh, my throat's getting a bit. Smash older Stalin. He's dead. Communism is incompatible with fascism. In the purest sense, if you're being a purist, sure. But you can also, I don't know, call for uprising of the proletariat with one hand and execute dissenters with another hand. We've seen it happen. I think you all know who I'm referring to. Capitalism and communism are both compatible with fascism. Depends what side of the bed you wake up on. People borrow from difficult. They are difficult. People borrow from different ideologies. That's all I mean. Execute dissenters doesn't equal fascism. We may be playing with semantics slightly. Artist Kami Award goes to Hassan Abi. Hassan is a handsome gentleman. Fascism is not an economic position. No, that's true. But you can use it as part of your economic position, can't you? Leah, don't do that. Don't harm yourself. Folks, just be kind to yourselves, yeah? You're all valuable. And show me the Communist Manifesto comic. You want me to go and get it? I'll go and get it, hang on. You're typoing all over the place, Visage. Oh, you've given me the definition, Haley. Form of political behaviour marked by obsessive preoccupation with community decline, humiliation or victimhood, and by compensatory cults of unity, energy and purity, in which a mass-based party of committed nationalist militants, working through an uneasy but effective collaboration with traditional elites, abandons democratic liberties and pursues with redemptive violence and without ethical or legal restraints goals of internal cleansing and external expansion. Internal cleansing and external expansion. So like the cleansing of anybody that disagrees with you politically and the expanding across into different states. Almost like the exact disagreement that Stalin had with Trotsky. Right? I got that right? Internal cleansing to me is quite a good description. Taking people from all around you, putting them into a cell, raping and executing them. Not even going to lie, when you say that fascism is incompatible with communism, you come off as someone who's trying to justify red fascist dictatorships and trying to include Nazbols on the left. That wasn't to me, was it? We have to accept, I think, that if we want to talk about people that showed, let's call it fascistic behaviour, right? And we want to talk about them in the same breath as communism, we have to accept that those two things were compatible because they were literally used together, right? Just like, say in an extreme example, I was given millions to become a political leader, right? I was propelled to a seat of power. I could, with one hand, do the exact same thing that you've just described, Hayley, there, right? I can cherry pick, can't I? And I can do the same from communism. That's them being compatible. The reason that I don't accept that things are incompatible is because if we say that, for example, with communism, it implies that that is so pure and unstained that if you follow it to the letter, then there will be no problems. That's my problem with saying that things are incompatible, right? Because any political leader will borrow from both rule books. Just to explain my position there. Right, I'm going to get this Communist Manifesto. Bear with. Oh. Right, Versa, here we are. There you go. Looks good, right? Here we go. Meantime, the markets kept ever growing, the demand ever rising. Even manufacture no longer sufficed. Thereupon, steam and machinery revolutionised industrial production. The place of manufacture was taken by a giant modern industry. So there's the monster of modern industry there. Let's see if you can see that. And you can see Marx and Engels riding high on it while they tell their story. Very fucking cool. All that is solid melts into air, that person's saying. Not sure if that's Marx or Engels there. All very grey. Oh, I'm not going to show that panel. Very adult. Probably shown something non-TOS already. There you go. Sorry, Hayley. Sure, in the sense that you cherry pick things from different ideologies to create your own ideology. That doesn't make fascism and communism compatible, as you have to explicitly ignore parts of communist ideology in order to adopt fascistic tendencies. Okay, I think I agree with you there. I can accept that if you follow communism to the letter, then you cannot follow fascism to the letter. I think that's what I accept, right? And I suppose I'm even willing to go as far as to say that if you follow communism to the letter, I don't know every part of fascism, but most parts will be incompatible with it. But where I disagree is that I would absolutely regard Stalin as a fascist. Right, so something like that definition that you showed me, to me, is a fantastic description of Stalin. So that would be my example of where you can mention communism and fascism in the same breath, right? Because, I mean, internal cleansing is literally called the Great Purge. If that's not a cleanse, I don't know what is. So, I accept that there may be this perfect idealized communism that could in no way even cherry pick from aspects of fascism, right? But there is no perfect government. And I'm not willing to idealize communism to such a degree that I accept that it's not possible to verge into aspects of other abhorrent philosophies, right? There are fascists that explicitly claim Marxist inspiration, like Mussolini, Strasser, and the Nuts Bowls, but none of them are communists. Do they claim to be, as their beliefs are inherently opposition to communists? Yeah, okay, fair. And they can't claim to be fucking textbook communists, but they can claim to be inspired by them, and they may even cherry pick from them, right? And I would absolutely describe Stalin as a fascist. And he is well regarded as a communist. Both are disagreeable, like everything else, right? But to me, that's a prime example of how those things can be compatible. You can pick it with other things, right? And this isn't me having an attack on communism. You can do this with anarchism and democratic socialism. But the point that I'm trying to make is no system of government will be so pure that it will be unrecognisable to even veer into that territory, right? Nothing's that good. But you can force people to be communist in a fascistic way, meaning ruling fascist, but the communist philosophy. So that would be an example of how you could do that. You can cherry pick. You can't be purely one thing and purely another thing, by definition, right? That's literally impossible. Can we define the word compatible? Maybe too semantic. Capable of cross-fertilizing freely. Uniting veget. I'm just reading this in my head. Yeah, capable of existing together in harmony, right? So capable of existing together in harmony, for me, would mean that it's fair to have both labels in existence for one thing, right? So to me, I bring it back to Stalin again. Why not? To me, that's communism as a label being used harmoniously, and fascism as a label being used harmoniously. Right? In my mind, definitely a communist, definitely a fascist. right? Seems to love both political positions. Not equally. Not equally. But I think you can recognise both in that political figure. But to me, that's it. I'm not a communist and a fascist, fellas. I was describing Stalin. Welcome. Oh, thank you for the compliment. We define the word define. We define. I don't think Stalin fits the definition of fascism fits the definition of Stalin, but we also have different views of Stalin. That's okay. That's alright. I get what you mean. I think, I don't know, Stalin means one thing to me, right? And Stalin means something else to other people. That's fine. I understand Stalin based on the facts that we know about him. It's obviously difficult to label him and to label his politics because obvious reasons, right? People want to look to him as examples of something in this category and something else, but to me it's just the facts that matter, right? Tyrannical, murderous, rapist. It's like with Churchill. It's let's bring it back to exactly what I was saying earlier, right? To wrap the whole thing up. Churchill, Gaddafi, right? A man that was also revered in many aspects of what he did. Just Google Gaddafi progressive. You don't believe me, folks. Nobody has to be all good or all bad, because nobody is all good or all bad. You know me, I'm only ever interested in the facts. It's probably why I also don't ever jump into labels here on the stream. Volos, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Appreciate that. There's a Jack Nicholson for you. Always creepy when I do it. Yeah, you know me. I'm never going to jump on here and be like, folks, I'm a Marxist streamer. You've seen me, Haley. You know me by now. I'm irritated by labels in that way. I'm allergic to them almost. Because I think that nobody really fits into one category very well. So I just look at what they've done. No matter who it is. Labels, you know, I totally get that, especially with politics, it makes it easier for people to understand things, and I'll put people into parties, you know, and stuff like that. I'm sure I'll describe people with labels. But I take a journalistic approach to everything. So I just like to look at the history of it. Ooh, a rat. Cheesy eating rat. What was that about? Oh, you're talking about that scene, aren't you? The gnawing rat. Fucking fantastic. Oh, what a film.
And it brings up questions. You know, see, Bill, like, you're the new guy. Girlfriend. Why don't you stay in the bar? That night I got your numbers. social security numbers.
Where's the rat bit?
Everybody's.
Did I miss it? Did you guys watch it without me?
You just want to go ahead and ask me, because I'll give you the fucking answer, all right?
Oh, you did.
Got this rat, this annoying, key-eating fucking rat.
Imagine if I did that. Fucking hell, I'll get me cancelled in a second. Oh, Nicholson. You gotta love him. Crazy. Labels are for fossils and pill bottles. Fossils and pill bottles. I use Marxist Leninist. Are you a Lenicist? Too much Lenicism. Use Marxist Leninist as a label because it fits me best. But it's not like I'm committed to only Marxist Leninist ideology, if you catch my drift. Yeah, absolutely. Totally. And I totally accept that, like I said, labels are useful. I heard... Oh, who said it best now? Sourcing support. That's who it was. It said something along the lines of, we've got a limit, because there's a limit, isn't there, of how many we think, of how many people the brain can remember. Something like that. Like you can remember, I don't know, 150 people, say. Not that, it's something more, I think. And he said, outside of that, we've got to find ways of categorizing everything else in the world. And I thought that was a really good way of saying it. And that's how we fit into things like, how we use things like labels and categories, because we need a way of understanding stuff. And it's very difficult to step back and strip it of all colours, right? And strip it of all labels and strip it of all ideology and just look at just the human aspect of it. Which is why I do it all the fucking time as well. I'm labelling shit left, right and centre. That was The Departed, Ozymandias Visage. Labelling is defining, and human beings love to define the world around them in order to command it. Now we label each other in order to control each other. I reject labels. Labels are part of the psychosis of being a human being and having higher intelligence. Psychosis of being a human being. I think you need them though. You know, I would agree with that take that I mentioned earlier, is that there's too much in the world for us not to have them almost. Like I'm a communist / socialist or what have you. I think Marxist Leninist is the best avenue to achieve that. But I don't view it as the only valid way. Right, got you, yeah. Yeah, I like that. And that's kind of how I feel about politics more generally as well. I have kind of preferred means for things, but whatever works, to be honest. Pragmatic, isn't it? Pragmatic. Politics, after all, is all about power, by definition. I feel like I took it to a weird place at the end of that sentence. It's all about power, after all. Whatever way you can get it. It's part of it. So many branches. It's the black front. Oh, that's not what I thought. Renty said it best. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. See Tracy Ullman's impression of the Queen. Really got into Tracy Ullman recently. I'm not looking for a free burger with a vaccine jab. I prefer to starve and know the truth. What philosophy is that? Eh? That's not your philosophy, is it, Volos? You're being sarcastic, aren't you? Bread Crochets is expressing my exact emotion at this moment in time. Not at all. I think the truth of all things is of highest importance. What's the truth around the vaccine? I just want to dive straight in. Straight in. What's the truth around the about the vaccine? Get this over with.
Is Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth I, Part 2. The purposes of this recording...
The truth is that no one knows, but everyone has an opinion. Are we talking about the same thing? The fact that the vaccine protects you against SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus? Because the truth of that is that it does. Scientific studies coming out of your arse will prove that.
So, can you remember where you were when you first heard the news?
Here, in Buckingham Palace, posing for a banknote portrait. So I turned my...
I'll read your comment, Hayley, because I do like it. This is kind of how I feel a lot. Is this going to be one of those Can't speak. Is this going to be one of those philosophical... Fucking hell. Been a long stream, folks. This is why I'm going to jump off soon. Is this going to be one of those philosophy bollocks that's like, we can never truly know anything, and then say things we observably show are incorrect? What about people, the people still dying, contracting and causing the virus to mutate? So what's your point then, Volos? You've got to accept that the vaccine provides a high level of protection against coronavirus, right? Tell me you agree on that. Because folks that have joined me in the chat before, you'll know, joined me on the stream before, sorry, all you lurkers out there as well, will know that I don't play with this anti-vax shit. Given the people the jab yet? We told them to go out and play, and now we're surging again. We have people running this show that don't know what they're doing. I'd refer you to Bread Crochet's comment. Is that we let the unvaxxed people go out and play. If that's what you mean. They've contradicted themselves from the beginning, whether it's Fauci or the CDC. Alright, Volos, but you got to tell me that you accept that vaccines provide a level of protection, right? And that unvaccinated people were surging restaurants again in large cities like New York. Volos, you got to tell me that you know that vaccines protect against COVID more than being unvaccinated. You got to tell me that. Choking on Ashes, how you doing? Good to see you, my friend. No, I'm glad you're here. All right, you don't have to chat. I wrongly referred to everyone in chat as being the only people here, but of course, lurkers, you mean the world to me. Follows, here's the thing. Vaccines give you a protection against it. Unvaccinated people are the chief cause of the Delta variant spreading. They're keeping the pandemic going. That's what we know. Right, that's what science knows. Actually, a CDC, right, they're 2 people. I can find you fucking 50 studies that show you how effective vaccines are, right? Realise loads of people do not have the vaccine, right, because of fact they're anti-vax, or some that just don't have the time. And this is true as well. There's a lot of people making up this unvaccinated group, right, Volos? I would turn your attention to that. Not that anybody's lying to you. The people aren't listening. Haley, as you say, those who do have the vaccine, 99.93% of them do not contract COVID. Depending. Although, of course, the variant, I don't think that's true for the variant. And it varies between jabs, but yes, a very high level of protection, right? When you come into contact with COVID. Truth is, my friend's Nan had a stroke from AstraZeneca. I'm sorry to hear that. It doesn't mean all the vaccines are giving you blood clots. Exactly, it's incredibly rare. COVID is much more likely. Exactly, Ozymandias Visage. That's like saying wearing sunscreen protects from cancer more than wearing a hat, a long shirt, or taking other precautions. No, it's not. It's not at all. This isn't an analogy that I like, so I hesitate to get drawn into it, but if we must talk about it, it's a bit like wearing sunscreen and saying that that protects you against wearing no sunscreen. You see what I mean? This is not a regular vaccine. This does not contain SARS. This is a new science. Vaccines until this one. It's not true. It's not true. You admit that this vaccine is completely different from all vaccines before. Does it contain COVID? Sorry, you gotta go. Like I said, folks. I mean, I put up with it for that long. But to be honest, as much as I'm an advocate of free speech or whatever, it's a health issue. It rubs me in a way that nothing else quite rubs me. You can come here and say whatever you want, but if you're putting people's lives at risk, Bolos, I don't know how this works. If mods, you know, if they can still like hear me or whatever. I can't even remember how this works now. I ban them. Anyway. If you can. Numbers are your friend. They can see and hear you, just not chat. Thank you, Sir Yogi One. Yeah, if you're still there, numbers are your friend. Right? If you want to talk to me about this person self-contradicted themselves over this person contradicted themselves over that, we don't know, it's like sunscreen, Do yourself a favour. Pull back from all of that. All of that. Analogies are lovely, right? I use them all the time. Just look at the figures please, right? If you are genuinely more interested in protecting yourself and protecting those around you than anything else, the numbers could not be clearer. They are overwhelmingly in favour of you getting the vaccine as soon as you fucking can, right? So if you're someone that can, get the fucking jab. Look at your data, right? You can find it anywhere. Google's a good start. All of these fears that you've got, they're rare cases, yeah? How far it protects you, it may not be 100%, right? But anything is fucking better than nothing. Apologies, folks, that derail there. Gets me riled up. Gets me riled up. Surfer Girl, you go ahead and lurk. I'm glad you're with us. Folks, go and follow Surfer Girl, won't you? Very chilled, very based. Basically a good time. That's a good point. The odds of you getting COVID and then dying from COVID after getting a vaccine are astronomically lower than the possibility that you'll die on the car ride to get the vaccine. So true. Truggernaut, how you doing? Good to see you. That's a sad story. A whole family was taken by COVID in this area. Gosh. Fuck free speech. I kind of go back and forth in my mind on the subject, but for me, there's no clearer line than if somebody's going to come in here and start spouting something that somebody could look at and be like, I didn't know that, and then not take a vaccine and then get COVID and die, then fuck that. And I shouldn't have let it go on as long as I did, to be honest.
Telephone machine. And there, on Megan's Instagram, was the announcement. Well, of course. And I think that's reflected in the banknote portrait. They felt there is a degree of prejudice in. I think that's reflected in the banknote.
That'd be quite a good cover photo. Maybe I should have that as my Twitch cover photo. I like that.
Portrait. They felt there is a degree of prejudice in Britain, which is why they moved to America, where race has never been an issue at all. I speak to you at a
I'm very good, Sugarnaut. Thank you.
This was the first time.
I'm gonna wrap up soon, so I feel like I need to go and eat some more. But
We will meet.
I'm good.
Now smash that like button and don't forget.
I'm glad you're good as well.
Also, click here to check out my official Regal merch. Once spent a lot of time at Windsor watching Netflix. My favourite programme has to be The Crown. You see a down-to-earth drama about everyday people living ordinary lives. Some say The Crown is unrealistic, but it strikes me as a far more faithful depiction of the monarchy than their other regal drama.
Did Meghan have a Netflix deal? I don't.
Harry and Hooan.
They're skipping a lot of that. They have some pretty hard boundaries. Speech that I think shouldn't or shouldn't be allowed. Any kind of hateful rhetoric is obviously a no-brain. But just that apparently makes me anti-free speech, so I'm down to rock the label. Yeah, exactly. You won't find... Oh, God. I don't think you'll find many people on the left that believe in absolute free speech in its purest form. Most people seem to have some kind of line, and for me, that's it. Going with a bit of comedy, folks. That's my old favourite. Are there any new ones? No new ones. I don't think I've seen this one.
In due course to defeat Jeremy Corbyn.
Just very quick stuff on your personal lifestyle. What do you do to relax? What do you do to switch off?
The sketch here is that Anglishane, how you doing? Folks, go and follow Anglishane, my fellow UK streamer. You will have a good time, and you will learn a lot. I tell you. UK Gov are going live. Is that the Twitch channel? They've got a Twitch, haven't they? I hope nothing big is happening, because I'm about to fuck off. Most people on the left are pretty good with having a no tolerance policy for hateful speech. Yeah, exactly. That seems to be the kind of generally agreed line, right? Hateful speech. I mean, you'll find people that will allow hateful speech, but... Sorry, that won't allow hateful speech, but will allow the promotion of ideas like anti-vax. That's when you're in a really fucking tricky territory.
I like to...
Don't just sit there saying nothing. Say something. You paint,
like
you
to
make things.
paint, or I make things.
Say something, you vase of wank. Don't just sit there saying nothing.
I have a thing where I make models of...
Sheep, cars, fried eggs.
when I was in like, well, Mary...
No, shut up. I've got it. Buses. Say buses. Right now. Say buses.
Buses.
You make models of buses?
I make models of...
No, you don't. That's stupid. You don't make models of buses.
So what I do... No, what I don't make models of buses, but what I make is...
You get tables, laptops, cushions, crates. Wooden crates.
Wooden crates.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, that's it. Old wooden crates, and you paint them.
And then I paint them. I suppose it's a box that's been used to contain two wine bottles, right?
No, don't mention wine, you massive fart.
A lot of people think that he mentioned buses because if you Googled Boris Bus at the time, you would get the NHS. 50 million to the NHS, infamous bus. And that by doing that, this is from a search engine optimization perspective, and saying that he makes model buses, he would replace Boris Bus with this Boris Bus, i.e. him making model buses. We'll never know how true that is, probably, but there you go. Right, let me chill out with you for a bit. I'm going to go very soon. Yeah, fuck allowing people to spread harmful rhetoric, anti-vax, fascist or otherwise. Absolutely. Hate speech. There's a lot of hate speech. I have to take back what I said very early in my streaming days, which is that I did have a very kind of rose-tinted glasses view of Twitch, because I found it to be in stark contrast from like Twitter and Facebook. But now, to be honest, thank you Surfer Girl for that shout out there. Go and follow Bread Crochets, folks. Crocheting, politics, together? Surely not. Absolutely. And it's a fucking good time. Yeah, I've realised Twitch is definitely got its fair share of toxicity as well. So I've got to take that back, what I said. I think I remember giving quite an impassioned speech about how it was all lovely and everybody kind of got along and this kind of thing, and I think that was just my naivety. But yeah. Haley, to your message, yeah, it's fuck all that. Hate speech. It's everywhere. You can tell as well there's a very targeted aspect of it, which is quite insidious. Streamers that I know that, you know, they'll use a tag, and it's almost like, I imagine it probably is, that trolls are using those tags to literally go and find their fucking choice, basically, for who they want to try and insult, intimidate, bully, what have you. And that's quite sad to see. Especially when it upsets the streamer, you know. I don't like it when I see stuff like that, when it throws them off, when it kind of derails them, that kind of thing. Some streamers relish in those moments. I'm not really a fan of them. I think I deal with them okay. You gotta kind of have a laugh with it. Basically, you either have a laugh with it or you ban them. There's no real in between. Favourite streamer of mine, who's trans, and they had somebody come in and start talking to them about, oh, you look like a dude. Oh, where's your dick? All this kind of stuff. And they basically just turned it into like a fucking pure comedy roast. It was amazing. I had everybody in the chat like throwing out all of these fantastic fucking zingers at them. And that was fun as anything. And that's basically plan B. And it's the only plan B. So who was it? Yeah, it was Riverboat Jack. I was in my mindset earlier where I was like, I'm not going to mention other streamers. I think that's my policy for negative mentions rather than positive mentions. Go and follow Riverboat Jack, because she is fucking awesome. That's an example of somebody that can deal very well with a troll. For me personally, I don't know. I like to have a laugh with it. But I take my cues from the chat as well. Very difficult to offend me. Very difficult to offend me. Suppose you spend enough time debating in online communities and you kind of you entrench yourself in politics. What a miserable position to be in, eh? But you kind of I think you lose that shock factor, I suppose. Once you've seen all the monsters. Job done, innit? Like you've caught all the Pokemon. Charizard is no longer surprising. But when I see people in chat being offended, when it gets heated, I'm more likely to step in. Rule number 1 of Twitch: don't be a dick. Very well put. Exactly. Is that actually rule number 1 as well? That'd be a good one. Goblin Toes. Yeah, I love Rowboat Jack as well. Absolutely fantastic streamer. And she's been very supportive of my stream as well. Haley, if you're still there, you're quite good at giving me questions that I can run with, by the way. It wasn't actually a question, was it, either? It was a statement. Keep doing that. Please. My favourite is when trolls tell radical Lynx they will never be a real woman. And Lynx goes, oh my god, thank you. That's a great response. I'm fine with trolls who want to do a bit, but then they bore me, so I get bored of them. Yeah, it's got to be interested, hasn't it? It's like anything else. We're making content after all, folks. Me, the trolls, you lovely people, we're all making content. Inform and entertain is the BBC's motto, currently. Yeah, I should stop doing that. Stop doing what, Visage? Got my first ban ever. I don't know what for. I haven't been in this stream for 3 months. I think it's because I said I don't like the way he treated his audience. That'll do it. Don't tell me who he is, but how did he treat his audience? Holly people, absolutely. Definitely worth checking out. Oh, entrenching yourself in politics. Yeah. No worries, Haley. I was just saying you're good at giving me topics I can take and run with. Giving me a ball I can run with. Been exploring that hate speech statement for that's fucking 10 minutes probably. The nature of hate speech on Twitch. Did something about debate culture. Debate culture, did I? What did I say about debate culture? I'm not sure. Sure. Debate culture's alright. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I like a debate. They're quite fun to watch. Problem is though, so he gets into it. Don't have a problem with it, but this is what fucks me up about it, right? To have a good debate, yeah, I think you've got to have people on who are interested in finding a way forward, right? So, what I hear in a lot of debates is and this is not on Twitch, I'm talking generally, is this idea of like, oh well, we can say about anything, you know? Oh, what about? It's called whataboutism, isn't it? I think actually. Well, what about that then? Oh, that's fair enough. Okay, but what about this? You know? Sometimes it's the only way to do it, but I generally think you should avoid it. And in some debates, it's all over the fucking place. Nothing can shut a debate down quicker than Well, one, either bringing up the Nazis, or two, going into whataboutism. And I see it all the fucking time. And I'm like, how did this person get on? You know? It's the Jordan Peterson fucking thing. Don't provide a solution, just question everything that's told to you. Great, sure. But at some point you gotta fucking accept something, right? Especially if there's fucking data for it. Anyway, rant over. My channel has rule 1. So Yogi 1. Thank you for reminding me that you stream. Forgive me, I think it's fair enough, isn't it, for me to forget, because I don't think you've streamed for a while, right? I'm gonna feel like a right dickhead if you haven't. If you have, sorry. Go and follow So Yogi 1. Folks. You touched on debating when talking about Riverboat Jack before. I think I was talking about just how she really handled somebody that came in and tried to troll. I think that's basically what I was talking about. Didn't debate them or anything, but basically just turned it into like just pure fucking entertainment basically, and just like took that power and just put it right back on them. Which I just think was a really great way of dealing with it. How people have been in politics for a while get desensitized, yeah. I've been doing politics for long, but I've been in Twitch for 2 years. After a while, everything just repeats itself. Yeah. That's true as well. What if I could suck my own knob? Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So yo, you've nailed it. I couldn't have said it better than myself. At this point, I'm burnt out of. Can't care less about arguing with most people. I like to talk about political stuff. A lot of people on Twitch just want to just butt heads. It's just tiring after a certain point. I can get into a debate sometimes there. Yeah, I think it's difficult. With this as well, it's particularly difficult because it's text. So like, there's so many cues in real life. And so much context that you have when you enter into a conversation about politics that can kind of let you know whether or not it's even worth talking about with somebody. But with this, you take all context out of what they're saying. They could come in and say something like, what's an example? Oh, it's just, how do you feel about X, right? Somebody says to you, how do you feel about immigration? Yeah, that's a great example. If somebody says that to you in real life, there's a lot that's going to give away whether or not it's going to be worth getting into that conversation with them. First of all, what they've said before, right? So if it's like, what did you watch on TV last night? Oh, it was EastEnders. Yeah, was it all right? Yeah, it was quite good. What do you think about immigration? That'd be like oh, all right, fuck me. But it might just float into chat. And it's kind of, you like split. Because it's like, right. Who's this person? What have they been thinking about? The streamer talking about it? I mean, and I suppose I'm talking from my perspective when I say that it's always tempting to try and provide information if you have it. Like EU immigration's a big one for me. I'm a big fan of throwing up the data that shows that EU immigrants to the UK contribute more in taxes than the average Brit, right? Statistically. And if I can get to that point in the conversation with somebody, then I will. But often, they're just there to pick a fight. So it's like, I guess you're always spinning the wheel, rolling the dice, should I say. I didn't in real life today, but signal strength is crap near power lines and trees here. I look forward to catching the next one, so Yogi One. Look forward to catching your next stream. I'll have to set myself a notification or something when you go live. I usually don't have the spoons for debate and chud farming. Spoon. Masochism as well, remember, bro crochets. You've got to thrive off. Not thrive off, but you've got to almost want to have a bit of a conflict. I suppose I've had to admit that to myself, is that I do enjoy the nature of a debate. I like the conflict of warring ideas. Obviously, or else I wouldn't fucking be here. Sorry, I don't know what that was. I have such fucking dead face, man. Sometimes I'm like talking to you in chat and then I'll look back at my own face and I'll just be like, it's like that. Why the fuck does anybody follow me? Imagine if you tuned in. Well, you do. Some people tune in. It's just like, hi, folks. Anyway, stop bashing myself. In the past few months, I don't think I've had a single new conversation about politics with strangers on Twitch Ball. It's just all the same shite over and over. Different people. When you're in a community, you know, with people you know, you can have more in-depth and better conversations. Why I stick to places I know on Twitch now. I have no interest in butting heads with strangers. Surfer Girl, you agree, yeah? Ah, Surfer Girl dropped into your stream. Lat, how you doing? I'm glad you dig my face. Thank you for making me feel better. Cursive resting pitch. Some of us are audio only. That hint. Thank you, Visage. Thank you for complimenting my visage. Hey? See, you like it and brought it back. I know what you two mean, Hayley, Surfer Girl. Gets tiring. Oh, holy shit! Serve me the sky! Thank you so fucking much for the subscription! You beautiful person. Oh my god, you've subscribed for 3 months in advance! You absolute beauty! Fuck! Thank you so much. Wow. A hype train is close, folks. Oh, so Yogi One, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Ah, folks. You're too kind. You're doing something right. I'm having a rant about the nature of Twitch. Do I need to do this more often? Thank you again, Serve Me the Sky. So Yogi One, thank you for those bits. Amelia. Hey! How you doing? Thank you so much. It's going very well. I think I really appreciate it. One more to trigger the hype train. Exactly. Just that one more, folks. Just that one more. Finally remembered to check my stream notifications. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Haley, thank you for banning Vampire Hunter D. I saw them, they were quite nice to me the first time they talked to me, and then I saw them being a dickhead around to different places. So I meant to ban them myself. Thank you for doing it for me. Sorry, I missed your message there. When you see streamer falling apart on stream. Is that this? I'm a resting bitch face. It's true though. I've just got like... It's often just void of emotion. Just going to check my phone, folks. Bear with me 1 second. There it is. I'm aware that I've been on longer than I usually am. Holy shit, Bread Crochets, thank you so much for the 100 bits. We're on a hype train, folks. You can sub, you can GIF, you can use bits and get to that next level. So Yogi1 and Shruggernaut, thank you so much for the bits, folks. Let's do this. I feel like I should get a video up or something. People have videos for their hype trains, I've noticed this. Love that Thomas the Tank Engine emote. What should we have? Let's have a very Real Dan Cody stream hype train. Eh? That gamer swag. I'm just going to time you out.
And how our profit if the pound imploded. And then she cried.
Oh, you got there just before me.
Had expired.
Haley, well done. Good call.
I wanna leave the customs union to wanna leave the common market.
Folks, thank you so much for the hype train. I really appreciate it.
But I
You are all lovely people.
she refused.
And we're all common people, aren't we?
People have
Eh?
then we convince them not to stay. So them falsehoods don't
Just ban anybody that joins the chat with a conspiracy theory.
play.
Yeah, if it's that obvious, I'm all for it.
Then they deal
You know me.
inside.
Facts are friends.
Wish talks to stall. If the backstop fails, we can build a wall. I wanna leave the common market. I wanna leave the customs union to wanna
You've given me a hype train so close to the end of my stream as well.
watch it all. Slight of you.
But I do gotta go. Feel bad. Because I am overwhelmed by your generosity, folks. I always appreciate it.
Alright.
You lovely people. I hope you've had fun. I know we've covered a lot of different subjects that maybe weren't planned,
They say the deal is shot and that I lost the
but I hope you've enjoyed it, and
I hear booze from the benches.
I hope we've all learned something.
They want to stop it and leave us. They may hell off. How?
Your last deal with the
Ozymandias Visage, always a pleasure.
They say nothing.
I won't be off just yet.
How I feel about it.
you went up on things. But
Reason name is the
Always a pleasure.
same. Still pushing to leave. Still
Haley, thank you very much for modding.
admitting defeat.
Surfer Girl, thank you very much for modding. Versa as well, if you're still there, thank you for modding. I really appreciate it, folks.
The blame still losing a game. Still somewhere between the
Nah, I could do anything. I'm glad you could join.
across the world.
Always happy for you to lurk, lurkers.
Still
Really appreciate the support.
beat and a
I've
still
had an absolute fantastic time with you all.
Looking up to fascists all across the world.
Thank you so much for the subs, for the follows, for the bits.
the time and still getting beat and a still can't handle the heat from the ERG.
Flat, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. There's a Jack Nicholson for you. Always going to be creepy when I do it. I'm going to do this as long as the hype train lasts. You try and stop me, folks. If I ever get a hype train, I never really do anything like special, and I feel like that's wrong. Oh my Sugarnaut, you absolute legend. Thank you so much for the subscription. Ah, I really appreciate that. You absolute beauty. Thank you so much. There you go, there's your new Dan emote. Folks, there's going to be a new emote very, very soon. I've got a new slot. Thanks to the generosity of you lovely people. So let me work on that. I'm open to suggestions as well, actually. I feel like I know what I'm going to do, but I can always be convinced to do something slightly different. Alright, let's hear this beautiful Nigel Farage voice breaking moment again. So Yogi One, you generous motherfucker. Thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Anglishane. There you go, I'm lost for words again. I hate when this happens. Thank you. Folks, you're fucking melting me here. You beautiful people.
For a Syrian refugee, then you're not welcome in my outright UKIP queue. Cause I would tell 500 lies and that I would tell 500.
Hayley, we will definitely do that. Absolutely. Folks, that is Hayley's reminded me that we do something here where we try and build a new nation together. We've spent one stream doing it and we've got very far. We've created a far-flung nation known as Denmark, just off the coast of Jamaica, which has the humble sea turtle as its national animal. Now, we came across this in a democratic process of voting on every single aspect of how this country would be made. And I think you'll agree, Hayley, it was very fun. And we'll do it again, folks. So, thank you for the new follows, for the new subs. I hope you'll enjoy when we do that again. And just fucking thank you again in general. I fucking love doing this. I'm swearing so fucking much, but I don't fucking care. This is really fun to me. I have a job, but I really want to do this for a living. This is more fun than fucking anything else that I think that I've ever fucking done, to be honest with you. Talking to you lot, creating content together, absolutely just overwhelmed at how much I love it. So your support means everything, basically. Take it easy, Bread Crochets. Folks, if you haven't followed Bread Crochets, do it. You won't regret it. Just take my word for it, right? Fucking swear as much as you fucking like, cunt. So Yogi One, no worries at all. I always appreciate it. Had to sub for that emote. Oh yeah. Where is it? Let me spam my own face. Alright, folks. Let's get fucking Farage off there, alright? Jesus. Nobody wants to look at that twat anymore. I looked a bit like my emo, actually. See if I can do it in real life. There it is. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. You do. Oh. Alright, folks. As I said, I'm afraid I'm going to have to head off. This has been a blast. As always, loved chatting with you all. We've watched a lot of interesting videos. Hope it wasn't too doom-mongering when it came to subjects like COVID and that kind of thing. As you'll know, I'm a big fan of looking into the data around it and just making sure that we're all informed. I think that's something that we'll keep coming back to. But we've talked about all kinds of shit. And I've loved every minute of it, so thank you. We make the flag of Denmark an emote when the time comes. That is a fucking great idea. That's a great idea. I like that a lot. Yeah. AS Marxist. Have they got your seal of approval, Bread Crochets? I don't know of them. Let me just check who else is on, because why is this taking so long to load? There you go. Yes. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go and raid Dan Simpson. I'm afraid. Because I've been meaning to do that. A massive, massive fan. And they've been very kind to me. But it's on the list. Bread Crochets. I definitely appreciate the suggestion. I've got a few people that people have suggested for raids. I'm always a bit of like a, I don't know. You know, it's like you like who you like, and you start, it's like mates in high school, and you go like, oh, talk to them, and it's like, oh no, I'm talk to, you know, I sit next to them. So now I'm building up like a list of suggestions where it's like, I've always gone like, oh, they're on, so to go and raid them because, you know, it's like, so I've basically got like a list of people that I need to raid. I think I'll have to check them out and then go from there. Because I've made that mistake before as well, where I jump in and I'm like, oh, okay, this is not the vibe. But Dan Simpson's always a good bet. Haley, sorry I missed that message. Have a good time over at Ben's stream. And thank you very much for modding. I appreciate it. And the chat, I had a really good chat with you. I'm willing to take the accusation that it is Dan exceptionalism. Head on over there. Folks, as I said earlier, thank you so much for today. Thank you for the subs, thank you for the follows, thank you for the bits. It means the fucking world. You're all lovely. I hope to see you on the next one. And just have a great time with whatever you're doing. With the rest of your days, rest of your nights. Hope you had fun. Goblin Toes, thank you. Richeys, Haley, Vlad, really appreciate it. Struggernaut, always a pleasure. So Yogi1, thank you so much for the bits and for gifting. Struggernaut, thank you for the sub. Angle Shane, thank you for joining. Could do anything. Always a pleasure. Visage. What can I say? Serve me the sky. Hope I haven't missed anybody. As always, folks, there's a little thing that we like to shout when we go over and raid somebody. This is a UK stream in the sense that I'm in the UK. And as a UK streamer, I find it quite funny to go into other people's streams and shout, "The British are coming." And I hope you'll join me in doing so when we go over into Dan Simpson's. Just going to load it up on my phone here myself, so I can enjoy it with you. You take it easy now. Bye-bye.